Welcome back to Dialogue Simulator 2015. Last time we talked to a lot of people. This time, we got this. We're going to continue talking to a lot of people. You should be grateful, though. I did all of the hub talking at the end of the last stream, so we can go straight into a mission this time. Which is what we're going to do right now. Into the MTR. Right. I don't know if we have any, like, order we should do these. So let's go to Sabotage. And let's take Samurai, because he's cool, Rigger, and Shaman. Who else have we got? Eos, Brent, Shirky, X-Flow, you can... Kilomanti, and El Duce. Duce. I'm happy with that selection. Let's see what this is all about. Bad Key. The subway flies over the tracks towards Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin, as if it's followed you from Huoi. Or perhaps it's simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, geomantic sabotage, with a single objective. Disrupt the flow of Wuxing Qi to destabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Wuxing's famed geomancy being used against it, the ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office space is a free game, the main target is Wuxing's treasured lotus statue, which resides within a temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Your client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the key, and the better the pay. Okay. That sounds like a plan. It's soundingly like a planningly, stanningly. What are you? You're armor 5. I could give you armor 6. Or do I say no? Cannot remove outfits. You may only swap them for a different outfit. Well, where's his... Huh? What if I wanted to give him back his other outfit? This is outrageous. Okay, never mind. What have you got? Armor 4, and you've got armor 4. Okay, confirmed. The subterranean accessway opens to one of the Wuxing Sky Tower's few employee-only entrances. As the only underground access point to Wuxing's restricted levels, security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach the upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Gobbert presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with a barcode. She leans in to whisper into your ear. Kindly wanted you to have this. Spoofed credentials, fresh off of Maximum Law's card printer. These should get you past the front door. Wouldn't count on them getting as much farther, though. I guess that the client said something about other ways to bypass the check-in system inside the building, but he didn't go into specifics. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever. We'll find our way past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Wuxing security officer peers up at you. Evening, sir. Swipe yourself in. Pull your weapon on him, Jesus. Swipe my credentials. You realize your credentials only allow you access through floor 10, right? Of course, I have new credentials with guest privileges waiting for me inside. That's why I'm here, to pick them up. Right, go ahead and grab your new credits at the check-in terminal. Have a good night, sir. Ah, but what if I want to do an exploratory bit of recon first, huh? Why do these both say locked? Oops. Good evening. We apologize for the inconvenience, but you must check in at the Wuxing terminal before you can use the elevators. Okay, that sounds like lots of inconvenience. Hello, security guard. You seem confused, sir. Something I can help you with? I need to get into the maintenance room. Are you with maintenance? Are you telling me that after my 9 years of working here, you don't recognize me? What kind of half-cracked guards is Wuxing hiring these days? I don't... Please forgive me, sir. Just let me see your ID and I'll let you through. This doesn't give you access to our maintenance facilities. If you're with another Wuxing maintenance crew, your ID won't work here. Only in your jurisdiction. I can't let you through. You son of a biscuit. I don't think we've got anyone that can jack in either. Never mind. I don't like decking in this game anyway. Welcome to the Wuxing Employee Check-in Terminal. Well, that looked like a very fun option, and I want to save before I do it. Well, hang on. Let's go in here first. Who are you? A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. Closest man to you flings a jacket into a locker, then turns towards the showers. Ah, good evening. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face here before. Are you new? Not exactly. I'm an outside security consultant, pulling a spot check. Oh, right. I learned about this from training. Please, tell me, how can I help? I'm auditing for possible security risks. You know of any in this part of the building? None that I've noticed. Security's normally airtight. Even the emergency response system is on point. I've been told that they have some really high-end fire and blast systems. Doubt you'll find any security risks here. You've been selected for a random screening. Oh, of course. Here you go. Thanks, thanks, Charles. Can I give him Charles's security? No thanks. Okay, let me save again. And see what this does. A swift kick knocks a cover loose and allows your fingertips to slip into the exposed panel. A few tugs and rips and there's a decent amount of sparks. Things appear to be operational, but the damage is certainly conspicuous. Okay, check in. Please enter your employee creds. Credentials expired or incorrect. Identity verified. Charles Pang. Identity verified. Please insert your Wuxing employee identification card. Just a moment, sir. The scanner says your credentials didn't say. Let me see your ID. I just scanned it the wrong way. Let me try again. Sorry, but it seems you're restricted to daytime access only. We can't allow you into the building. What? Your credentials haven't changed. What are you trying to pull here? Trespasser alert. Oh no, I didn't want that to happen. Stop. That was a bad move on my part. I apologize to everyone who might be greatly disappointed with my performance. Okay, what did we do? Kicked out that. Then checked in. Verified the authentic employee ID card. Checked in with the stolen ID card. There's nothing else to do around here. I think I could have talked to this guy a bit more, actually. And only you. You're back. What else do you need? Just passing by. Wait, wasn't there a... Oh well, never mind. No, I don't want to do that. Fuck off. Hello. Something I can help you with. Yeah, I was just over at the terminal. I know some loose sparks. Thank you for informing us. We'll file a maintenance request right away. Alright, I guess if the building burns down in the meantime, we know who to blame. Yes, you're right. Let's lower our voice, huh? No need to drag the captain into this. We can handle this quickly if you tell the maintenance worker. I'll let you in this once, but you can't tell anyone. Got it? Now hurry up. Thanks. You see an assortment of items scattered on the cart, but you find a badge that belongs to a maintenance worker. Amazing. Hello, maintenance worker. An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scrubs her hands over a sink. Need something? Your cooperation. I'm here to perform a security audit for Wuxing. Well, ain't that wonderful? But I'll opt out. Wuxing's got me doing an air duct audit myself. And let me tell you, I've made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, slimy, biohazardous discoveries. Maybe when we're both done, we can compare findings. But right now, I've got to get this crap off of me. Good luck to you. You'll need it. Okay. And that should give me access to use this, right? Swipe the employee ID. Well, what about my spoofed ID? The ID I just picked up there. Welcome, admin. Alter existing cred clearance. You're now able to alter the existing information clearance of a Wuxing employee ID. Please select an ID to alter. Heightened access employee ID. Verify credentials of my spoofed ID. Multi-person pass accepted. Access granted. Welcome, Mr. C. Pang. Have a nice evening. Everything checks out here, thanks. Wonderful. This pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Wuxing's security. Hopefully they won't discover the disrupted key flow on this floor for weeks. So we have a key point. What did it do? What did I do? Oh no. Oh, I'm at 10% though. That's handy. Power junction. The generator rests unguarded before you. A shock to the systems would compromise the computer mainframe powers. Okay. I don't have a password. But good to know. Good to know. Cool. Hello. No, I moved the screen. That's such bad key. Oh, there's one there as well. Why didn't I see that before? They're everywhere. I'm up to 18. This place is filled with negative energy. And I love it. What's in here then? Key point. Wall safes. A rack of safe boxes rests against the wall. Crack the code. I got some cred sticks. Yay. Everyone likes money. Oh. This doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. An actual fight. Holy shit, what do I do? I'll give myself haste. And then I will fire at the fire spirit. Which worked. Go on, hit it. Oh, there's another one. Come on, get over here, boy. Can you? Just shoot that guy. One. Why can't you shoot? Drone beyond Arcit. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm trying not to make much noise here. Oh, there's another one. That was awful. Give him some health back. And fire your fire at him. So that he explodes into a pile of leaves. And... wonderful. Can you get there? How far can you... Why have you only got one? Why have you only got a one? Stand up. It's outrageous. And how do we make your drone go? Let's repair. Manually aims his... No, that didn't work. Shoot some bullets. Good, well done. Do it again. Good, well done. Hey! What the fuck? The end. Okay, that was because I put out some fire. Be careful of fire. Oh. Hello. You, I thought you were friendly. I'm sorry. Missed? Oh, that was a nice crit. Come on, finish him off. Nice. Anything we can do in the toilets? Yes, we can. Oh, I broke the mirror. That's 5% key disruption, but 7 years bad luck. Nothing else? Prototype weapon sits locked in a stand. Its locking mechanisms are seemingly tied into the weapon's operation and safety. Forcing it could damage the weapon. Let's do a little save. Wuxing Research Terminal main menu. Search Wuxing's floor plan and documents. Amidst the documents, a few nuggets of information stand out. A section dedicated to the Wuxing building's key details and geomancy plans and renovations they have made to increase key flow. It appears that Wuxing's already made hundreds of minuscule and a handful of not-so-minuscule adjustments to its floor plans and building infrastructure. A recently updated file marks its project to add new water lines to the temple's fountain as complete. The document ends with a large list of future modifications that the company has queued for completion, all ways to improve its positive energy output. Oh, we're being some proper bastards, aren't we? Wuxing Research Terminal main menu. Read the weapon manual. You click the folder, a large repository of files containing Wuxing Research projects pops up. One section is labelled with a symbol similar to the markings on the weapon. A quick scan of the data reveals information on the weapon and lab setup. Review the specs to see how the weapon's locking mechanism works. Through the specs file, you learn that locks on the cradle are magnetized. A disruption to its current and some applied force should remove the restraints entirely. One look at the weapon specs and you know how to remove the upper receiver and firing control from the cradle without damaging the weapon. The lock removal should be simple enough. Wonderful, let's take it. The Bloody End. 11M14. No, I want to send... I want to investigate. I want to, like, see what that is and change it. Can I seriously not do that? Hello? What if I say no? Ahaha. Done. And then I can take that and send that to the stash. That seems like a really clunky way of doing it, but we got there. Not that I'm ever going to use a pistol, mind you. Because I'm a mage. And mages do what mages do. Aha, hello. Right, do we think we've been everywhere now? Oh, they're locked. They weren't locked before. Uh-oh. Light and dark balance is good to maintain key. Let's read this. Notes are stacked neatly around ordered and clear. A number is circled 7 times on one sheet, 8484. Okay, before we do anything, that is probably the one for in here, right? 8484. Nice. Overload power setting. Okay, we're now at 40. Has that given us any more disruption that we can do? I wonder. Doesn't look like it, does it? Anything up here? No. I guess not. Oh, here's one. Gaichu, I sense we've thoroughly upset this building's energy. All that remains is the vandalization of the temple statue, and then we must go. The key here has become too turbulent. Okay. Temple access card. Marvelous. The key is becoming more and more turbulent. It has reached a point where the churning energy has a physical manifestation visible in the atrium. The disruptions are working. Oh, look at that! That's really cool. Right. Let's go. Well, isn't this a pretty garden? Guys, do you want to be friends? Should we be... Maybe let's be friendly. How about that, huh? Let me give myself some haste. And get onto this ley line. While all of my friends bully people. Oh, you're all too far away. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Then I'll do that, just in case you want to come and attack me. I don't know what I'm doing with him. How do I control the drone? Okay, we'll try again next time. Haste 2, what's your haste? Give him haste. And stop shooting at me. Ow. Excuse me. Wounded 11, wounded 20. That was not good juju. I disapprove. It was really not good juju. Go get him, Rector. Not Rector, Gaichu. Heh, missed. Where do you think you're going? Little piece of shit. Can I also heal? Oh no, you're not wounded anymore. Why? 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 What? Alright, let's just keep blasting. Oh, crit, 54. Holy moly. Set fire to the bushes. Goodbye, the bushes. What are we at? 68%. There's no more. There are some more enemies up there, though I saw them. Hello. Why do you get to go first all the time? Do you have a heal? Yes, you do. Good. Use it on him. And then give him some more accuracy. You're in the open. You're dead. Well, ish. You get up here. Control mode. Found it. Okay. Now we can shoot some people. Blah. And... blah. Oh, I missed. Okay, that was fun. And now you can shoot. Oh, we just keep missing. I don't mind. It's okay. Why did you shoot your gun? I said fireball. Crack the water pipe. Yes, of course. Let's now take a nice shower. Delicious. Is that everything that I can do up here? Other than desecrate the statue, which I'm hoping takes me to 100. Yay! Okay, I'm sorry for... sorry for disrupting your key, everybody. Now we've got to get out of here. Eliminate the Wuxing geomantic security. A well-dressed man steps forward, his peers staring smugly in your direction. His clothes are smart and clearly expensive, but lack the typical padding worn by guards and thugs. A quick look at his associates reveals the same style. Mages. On behalf of Wuxing Incorporated, we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the company's property and assets. However, they never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. Leave no survivors. Okay. Understood. I will leave no survivors. Geomancer, 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 Geomancer. You're in light cover, you're in medium cover. Go on, have at it. Well, don't miss. Yep, your go. What do we have? What's this? -5 can hit adjacent targets. Nice. That wasn't great, I'll be honest. But that was though. Oh, hells yeah. Do you guys want to actually like get into some cover or something? Might be quite nice, hey? Gobbert. Give him additional. So that he can come and slice up this dude. Or miss. Right, what we're going to do now is you're going to attack like a couple of them, right? And then you're going to run back over here. And then we're going to come to you. And you're going to cast fucking Fireball. Nice. Do I have anything else good? I should maybe heal you. Right, what else have we got? We've got you. You can shoot bullets. You're good at doing that. Kill that guy. Thank you. Maybe you can kill this guy. You can't. Maybe you can. What do you think? 10 health, 2 shots. Not if you miss, Ractor. Oh, nice. Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy's intense. 1 damage. Oh, that's when he realized he fucked up. Go on, you might as well get in there and finish off the job. Okay, that was fun. Let's go. We did a fight. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electrical sensation of the key dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeable to those not even magically attuned. The disruption here is that strong. Behind you, the trapped and turbulent key swirls inside the iconic Sky Tower atrium. you can actually see the air around the atrium warp and ebb as the key surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. Your job is done. You have desecrated the Wuxing Lotus, and in doing so, blemished the prideful face of a megacorp. We need to leave. Rat is pulling as hard as I've ever felt. This is not a good place to be. The elevator arrives at the temple. I'm to duck out the back door before security can respond further. Wuxing won't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will sit unfavourably on the tongues of Wuxing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered. You sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in Feng Shui should keep them spinning for months. The complete disruption of their key and destruction of their temple will cripple the energy at this branch of the company. And with Wuxing focusing on restoring the temple, it will be a long time before they discover the extent of your assault. Mission accomplished. Right, we're now going to go spend 2 hours playing Dialogue Simulator, okay? Your comlink chirps, it's kindly Cheng. Wolf here. Come to the Mahjong parlor at once, Wolf. I have something I want to show you. Your crew is already here. What's my crew doing there? Waiting for you. Like I am now, so hang up the comm and get over here. No. No, I'm going to go talk to all of my friends. The younger of the cafe sons mans his post at the club's front door. He's showing off his hulking arms. I know what you're thinking. Some perks, right? Distractions. And distractions can be dangerous. I couldn't agree more. Hey, all this stuff around here, it's all just fluff anyway. You know that. I know that you do. And you've got the eyes. Doing what you do, you know what's what and what ain't. We're the same, you and me. People in here may look the parts, but it's different with us. We're legit. We've got that edge. Everyone else is just a poser. You fancy yourself a Shadowrunner? I want to be. Something. Shadowrunner, sure. I see you and your types roll up, hard edge like you are. I can see myself doing that. But there's also the triads. Lots of guys get their start that way, work their way up, some of them starting out as regular gangers. I'd be looking to jump a few rungs right off the bat, of course, considering who I am and who my bar is. But I think my bar would be most proud if I followed in his footsteps, joined up with a pirate crew, be a scourge of the open sea. I know it's in my blood, I just need to let it out. Have you done anything other than bouncing? It's not about what I've done, it's about what I can do. I've got potential, I just need to prove it and show my bar that I can do what he used to do. This cushy life, it's not for me. I'm capable of so much more. Ma won't ever see it, but I know my bar will understand. He's not meant for this kind of a life either. You know it. You've talked with him, right? You see it in him. Once a badass pirate, always a badass pirate. Gotta be the same with you, right? Can't ever see yourself going back to a normal life, shadowrunning where it's at. Bye, Frederick. El Deuce. I hear you're the one to talk about work in the shadows. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sure, and I've never committed a crime in my life either. I'm looking to work here in Hong Kong, but I don't have my own team. I asked who the players are in Hoi. They all said to talk to you. They call me El Deuce. I'm a street samurai. Good with shotguns, close combat, and I've got a bit of medical know-how on top of that. My rates are reasonable, unless it's a run against Shiawase, in which case it's completely free. Why run for free against Shiawase? Because the sons of bitches killed my wife and stole my son. Anything to screw them over. I don't need to get paid. Why take your son? Profit in biology. He's got the genes for a typo immune system. You know what that is? That's the universal donor designation, right? That's right, and it's not just blood either. If a company wants to produce bioware on the cheap, they use sinless typo bodies as a template to grow the ware in. Human factories, basically. Sick stuff, but it's not like we can complain to anybody. Officially, we don't even exist. Let's talk about something else. Do you live here? No. Chung King Mansions down the way, near Hung Hom. It's a real hellhole, but nothing like the walled city. Still, I come up here because this is where the work is. A lot of smugglers coming in and out, and a lot of freelancers needed to solve problems. Places like this exist all over the world. Dives where cops won't come in except with riot gear, where people like us gather around and try to figure out how to make our next million. Find the right one, you can find any kind of work you want. Have you been a Shadowrunner your whole life? Nope, originally I was in IT, tech support. That's a hell of a jump. Yeah, well, having your wife gunned down and your kids stolen tends to focus your attention. Sounds like a bad action sim, doesn't it? Still, that's how it happened. One day, Shiawase is getting a reckoning. Okay, bye. A lot of faces on this wall, a lot of strangers staring back at me. Not the kind of headshots I'm used to. No, I suppose not. These are what pass for celebrities here in Yoi. We get the occasional SimSense star or athlete surrounded by an entourage of muscle and photographers. It's all for their image, you see. They want a stack of carefully staged photographs that seem like paparazzi shots in notorious underworld hideout and arms bar. If we were really all that, the HKPF would have bombed us by now. Club 88 is a neutral zone, and Ermine usually deals mostly in small arms. We clear the joints, let them stage things however they like, throw a few tattooed out blue lanterns in the background. In exchange, we get a big stack of Nuyen and a glossy face on the wall to show how popular our club has become. Kindly locks all of Yoi down for the visit. Those fame bunnies are safer here than they probably are in their own penthouses. It's all my wife's idea, of course. She's got a good head on her shoulders. Callum's lucky he's got her brains. I'm afraid Frederick takes after his old man. Wasn't it you who first started running guns through here? Heard about that, did you? Loose lips. But yeah, I took a turn as a small-time smuggler. Less excitement than you might think. Never really made all that much extra money doing it either. Had it been riskier, I never would have bothered. But our boat's engineer was a good friend of mine, and he was in on the deal. He could tuck away those crates in the engine room where only he knew they existed. I just had to shepherd them on and off the boat. Probably could have negotiated better deals, but I just wanted to be rid of the stuff as fast as I could. Didn't want Wu Shang to find out, and I especially didn't want Ermine to find out. But find out she did, though she surprised me with her reaction. Thought she would throw a fit, but the only thing she was mad about was my profit margin, so she took over. Tell me about you and Ermine. She and I grew up together, here in Hyoi. We were childhood sweethearts, but how often do such things last? Then, back in 21, when we were both 18 and unsure of our futures, we both goblinized. The world was turned on its head. People said it was a disease, the result of a biological weapon. There was panic everywhere. But Ermine and I saw differently. We saw it as a sign that we were meant to be. It didn't matter if we were lepers, because we were lepers together. Wish I could say she was the first and only love in my life, but there will always be another. I heeded her call for far too long, before finally settling down here with Ermine. He means the sea. Even so, that call is always there, tempting me to come back, to be lost forever. Worst ways to go, I suppose. I do my best to resist, try to focus on what Ermine has built here for us. Okay, bye. Wolf, right? What brings you back here? I see your memory works fine when you're clear-headed. I suppose it does, and I need that clear thinking tonight. Why? Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Could be a way out of this pit, a way to do something more than with my life than sell cheap thrills and cheap pills. What's this way out you mentioned? I met a man, or rather, a man sought me out, and went to all the trouble to set up a meet and get into Hyoi. That takes guts for someone corporate. He said he's a recruiter, like a talent scout for one of the big corporations, and they're interested in me. Me. Can you believe that? Even way down here in Hyoi, they heard of me. They see the potential in me. Callum Cafe. One of the big shots of this corp wants to be my benefactor. It's amazing, right? Even Li Ka-shing needed mentors, and he became one of the most successful men in the world. This is my start. This is my break. This recruiter wouldn't tell me the guy's name, or the name of the corp. It's all still very preliminary. This was just a first step, you know? but a first step towards walking out of here. Is it really so bad here? You've been here long enough, you should know better by now. Most people figure it out in the first few hours. Hiyoi is a way station, halfway between something better and something worse. You stay here, you're just accepting the fact that you'll never amount to anything. You're agreeing that all you care about is keeping your head above water. There's 4 good walls and 3 square meals at the best. Some people pass through on their way down, before bottoming out in the walled city or as a floater in the harbour. Others pass through on the way up, to places like Taikoo Shing or Aberdeen. That's how I intend to go. Okay, bye. Something's not right. Not right at all. You expecting trouble? No, not the kind you mean. It's just a shift in the mood. Usually when it gets this way, it's for obvious reasons. The death of someone beloved in Hiyoi, or a terrorist attack hitting too close to home. This time I don't know. But it doesn't matter. When the spirits are down, people drink. When spirits are high, people drink. We make money either way. I just prefer knowing which way the winds are blowing. It comes from being an old sailor's wife. You said you worked in the corporate sector. Yes, I was born with Baihu for many years before the boys were born. I started as low as one can get, but I was always good with people, and I understand the politics better than most. Being a troll in the corporate world is very hard, and there's a lot of bigotry. However, I turned it to my advantage in every way I could. People underestimated me. I used that in every way I could, and sometimes being able to project raw, contained power is very useful. Slowly I climbed the ladder. Sometimes I wonder what might have been, if Callum hadn't come along when he did, but there's no changing the past. Any change with Callum? No, he's become even more distant of late, more secretive. I saw him talking with someone the other day, the kind of person who doesn't belong in Hiyoi, and shouldn't even be here. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but Callum is clearly trying to hide it from me. I have a bad feeling. The same feeling that hangs over this place. Something is wrong, something bad and coming for my son, and I don't know if I can stop it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't bother you with my worries. Surely you have more important business. Not really. What do you have in stock, actually? That is a pistol. But I don't have a data jack, so I can't use that. It's just guns, isn't it? Oh, there is armor. Ares operative gear. I could buy another 6. That's an AoE. Damage 14. I'm buying it. Because that's 11 medium 14. Capacity 4, it's a lot less, but how often do I use guns anyway? Hells yeah. Okay. That's everyone in here. Let's go and do the rounds. I'm just saying, if the customs office gives me any more crap about importing those tiger snakes, I'm going to be up a creek without a paddle. Leave it to me. I have some friends in Customs House, and between that and their shoddy record keeping, I'm certain that I can get your snakes out of quarantine. It'll take a day, maybe 2. If it takes longer than that, it's because someone specifically doesn't like you. Hold on, Yang. I'll call you back. Got a customer here. Hello again. What can Spider Shen do for you today? Who's the good-looking elf? He's my lawyer, Yang. Our lawyer, I should say, since he's another Blue Lantern and is part of the same crew. I don't do a lot of things that are legal, in the strictest sense. It helps to have a good lawyer, you know? For most Shadowrunners, getting caught is the end of their career. Well, see, there you go. If you had a good lawyer, that wouldn't be a problem. Saves you a world of trouble. Most of the time, court means dead for us. Well, when your lawyer can make sure your inheritance goes to the right people, hey? This one time, we had to cause a big fuss and make sure it pointed at the Red Dragon Syndicate. We ran into one of their protection rackets and started causing all kinds of fuss, breaking windows, setting fires, roughing up patrons. Yang told us to wait and get arrested. The problem was, there was a vice squad that really wanted us caught and thrown in jail. We'd embarrassed him a few times already. Turns out, he'd used a Decker contact to make sure to swap a bunch of public recordings so that traffic cameras would conclusively show us somewhere else and arriving at the last minute. He also made sure the vice squad that arrested us was cited for failing to file the proper paperwork on a bunch of previous cases. The squad got canned. We got let go. It was a thing of beauty. Getting some new pets in? They're not pets, they're an investment. I can make anti-venom serums with them. Or I can use the raw venom to accomplish tasks that would otherwise be too messy and loud. You do wet work for the Yellow Lotus? When the situation demands it. Normally I work for Grandfather Woe exclusively. Sometimes, though, he asks me to do something else. Someone else a favour. I solve problems. I never know what the problem will be, so I have an array of tools at my disposal. It's like this. Yes, I can hurt people, but I can also heal them. I learned to heal with my medicine before I learned to hurt. When you learn how the body works, you learn how to break it as well as fix it. It's like a mechanic in a car engine. If you know how to fix it, you know how to disable it. Bye then. Hi, 10-arm. You following the IGN story? A Kensai fighter wing from the Masamune did an honorary flyby of the Executive Council meeting today. They're rattling the saber hard. Everyone's being courteous as hell, but nobody's blinking. The IGN? The Masamune? What are you talking about? The Imperial Japanese Navy. They've parked the carrier Masamune's battle group in Hong Kong for a visit. They're trying to intimidate the city. Nobody's having it. Not even the Japan Corps. Looks like it's being driven by some sort of weird internal Japanese pissing match. Imperial militarists want to cow Hong Kong and bring it under the umbrella. However, almost every megacorp, including the Japan Corps, want Hong Kong to remain independent. Tensions are high. Is there any chance that Japan will take over the Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone? No way, not in a million years. This kind of rooster show goes down all the time. Worst that'll happen is a bunch more posturing, like the IJN has an accidental fire incident with a coastal boat. Somebody test fires an anti-ship missile. The port authority finds the Masamune's paperwork lacking and charges them exorbitant harbour fees, noise like that. They're a bunch of square-haired idiots with muscle cars revving at each other. Just stay out of the smuggler holes. The IJN likes to go on sprees of blowing them up, to show how well protected HK would be under the yoke. Those honorary flyover fighters had live ordnance loaded. Ridiculous. Say what you will though, that Kensai multi-role fighter is a sweet bird. Twin Mitsubishi double Ort Delta turbofan engines, ramjets, thrust vectoring, Generation 4 fight-by-wire. Hey gorgeous. Do I have anything to worry about? Yeah, don't go into a full bar full of drunk Japanese sailors with a free San Francisco t-shirt on. The whole IJN drama's gonna go on like it always does. The Japanese Navy will eventually realise no one is even paying attention. Then they're gonna steam off in a huff and maybe blow a few smugglers out of the water. Happens all the time. Politics. I can only talk about them so much. Let's move on. You came up here as a runner, and now you're a busted up doc. What happened? Hey, I'm not busted up, you insensitive jerk. I'm economy size. Seriously though, that's some heavy shit. It'll take a while to tell. Do you really want to know? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, here goes. Well, you're doing good, Wolf. I feel okay telling you about this. A run went bad. Real bad. They used to call me Ripshots. I was on a 10-man crew. We were led by this ex-army troll named Icebreaker, former combat engineer, brutal guy. We did shadowrunning, armed robbery, office invasion, underworld hits, anti-branding, just about anything, as long as we could make money and hide our tracks. Anti-branding? That's usually a euphemism for attacking someone's image with a false flag terrorism. Yeah, it is. Look, I was a real asshole in those days, and I'm not proud of the jobs we did. A lot of our work was high profile, real violence. We dumped a lot of bodies in the harbour. Then we had this one job. Hey, I can sum this up real quick, otherwise I tend to get long-winded. What do you want? Give me the full story, baby. We were breaking into an R&D facility. It was a vanilla job, cheap rent-a-cops, flawed security system, no problem. It was going like clockwork. I was out in the command van on Overwatch. Bam! Something hit the van like a freight train. The walls crushed in on me. There was a flash of light, then darkness, stabbing everywhere, pressure like a mountain falling on me, feeling crushed to a pulp, then I blacked out. Ambrose falls silent. Let's wait for him. When I woke up, I was in pitch darkness. I could hardly breathe. I was being burned by hot metal. The pain was indescribable. There was a shrieking, like the metal was screaming around me, and sparks. Someone was cutting through the wreck. A huge pressure lifted off me. There was a blinding light. It was our glove woman, Karen. She pulls me out of the wreck, wrenched 4 tourniquets on me, shot me up with drugs, stuffed me in a security car she'd shot up. Karen jacked me in. I couldn't even hold my head up. I thought my spine was shattered. Once I was rigged in, though, the pain in my meat didn't matter. I drove us out of there. I stayed conscious just long enough to get us to a friendly clinic. By the time I got us there, Karen was going down with brain swelling. We got barn-stomped right proper. Slaughtered. They crushed the command van with a front-end loader and left me for dead. Everybody but me and Karen got wiped out. You were a team rigger. How did a construction vehicle blindside you? Well, we thought it was a milk run. What Overwatch wasn't what it could be. You weren't doing your job, were you? I'm not proud of all my choices. I was a different man back then. That thing crushed the van like a beer can. I learned something from that. Tell you what, how to seriously slot someone's day. I've got an articulated backhorn boom up there with a demolition claw. Hell with guns. Anyone ever fucks with Chrome Alley, they'll learn what high-powered hydraulics and really means. Who ambushed you? Still don't know. Best I can figure out, it was some sort of counter-intrusion team. Maybe the whole run was a setup. How did Karen escape? Karen was carrying the first haul out when the assault team hit us. She jumped into a koi pond and lay on the bottom for about 5 minutes doing her woo-woo key centering thing. They dropped a flashbang grenade into the pond to clear it. That messed her up good. Burst her eardrums, gave her concussion, ruptured the blood vessels in her eyes, nose, mouth, knocked the air out of her lungs. She stayed on the bottom for another couple of minutes. I once asked her what that was like. She just said painful. That was Karen, stoic like a concrete block. You're wrecked, Ambrose. How did you survive so much trauma? Cowardice and job security. I was always real scared of getting hurt. I clucked up my tactical computer to some healware and my headwear radio. As soon as my vitals went screwy, my trauma protocols kicked in and my radio started broadcasting my heartbeat. Karen couldn't drive. She homed in on my beacon and cut me out of the wreck with our demo saw. Then she shot me up with enough adrenaline, PMO4 and morphine to reanimate a corpse. And she put 3 trauma patches on me in a row. It shredded my renal system. That's why this little hot rod has an artificial liver and a dialysis machine in it. Anyway, that's how it all went down. Afterwards, things were real hard for a while. Here I am though, Ripshot no more. By the way, Ripshot is dead. Let's keep it that way. Please don't say that name to anyone, okay? Karen was an artist at faking deaths, and she made sure we both vanished. Listen, Wolf, this is a stressful subject for me. We can talk more about the past another day. You mentioned Essence. Tell me about it. Sure, what do you want to know? It's fascinating stuff. What is it? Well, I'm not sure. It's life force, sort of. Essence is like the ability of the body to split. Ability of the spirit to recognize and stay connected to the body. Augmenting the body reduces our essence. When our essence is exhausted, the spirit quits the body and we die. There's this popular idea that essence is disrupted when we attach non-human things to our nervous system, and that's only kinda true. If you install a data jack or a bionic arm, that's definitely a lot of neural interface. However, if you get bone lacing or dermal armor, those don't have much neural interface, right? But they're still murder on your essence. The body still recognizes them as alien and evasive. So there's something more to essence than just a neural interface. There are all sorts of weird theories about essence as biospiritual integrity and stuff. I've tried to read some of the medical papers, but it was like trying to drive a go-kart through a blackberry thicket. Hell if I know what it really is. Is there a way to restore lost essence? No, but there's tons of research going into it, like hundreds of millions of new yen a year. The person who figures out how to restore essence is going to change the world. Think about it. We might be able to achieve full biological regeneration, or even resurrection of the dead. I wouldn't need replacement parts, I might just be able to grow my own body back. That'd be something else. Can I install cyberware below zero? No. You drop below zero essence, you die. Every hardcore street soldier asks that. Trust me, there's no way to do it. However, it seems like people can cultivate the ability to carry a little more cyberware. Theorists think that it's really just making the essence you've got go further. As long as we're bullshitting though. There are a lot of rumours about cyber zombies, corporate experiments in deep augmentation going into negative essence. Hell, there's even some convincing evidence posted by runners that these experiments exist, but no credible medical entity has ever recognised proof. If that tech is out there, it's light years beyond anything you'll find on the streets. Do I think the Corps are doing research? Of course, why not? But does it work? I've got no idea. Why don't you get some cloned limbs? Those don't take essence. I've got the ACHIS, ACHIS, Acquired Cybergenetic Hyperimmunity Syndrome. My body rejects all sorts of mods and biotech. My body now thinks the chrome is legitimate and everything else is an intruder. I've got a list of over 70 things I'm now allergic to, including bioimplants, so no cloned limbs for me. Kind of a bummer. No horseradish either. No carrots, no barbiturates. Man, I used to love horseradish. How is essence measured? There are a zillion different systems for measuring essence, but everyone on the street just uses the rule of 6. The rule says the body has an index of 6 essence, and all augmentations can be loosely scored on how much they reduce that number. It was originally the Medvedev-Durac Bioholistic Index, after 2 early researchers. They figured that the body had 6 parts, and they observed that by replacing a limb with an early cyber prosthetic took around 1/6 of a person's capacity. They developed a theory that cyber capacity was based on organ regions, that each region could have up to 100% cyber, and the whole body added up to 600%, which is written as 6. Turns out the whole theory was flawed, and body regions doesn't matter much for essence cost, but the rule of 6 was easy and intuitive, so it stuck. Essence is cool stuff, At the end of the day, I don't know what it is, I just know I'm almost out of it. Okay, bye. Talk to you later. Wait, wasn't there... I feel like he had more to talk about. He didn't. Bye, Ambrose. Right, Maximum Law. Do you have anything to talk to me about? Yo, Wolf, welcome back to the palace. You got anything interesting to tell me today? Because I got nothing but fixing hair curlers and debugging old ladies' PDAs. I swear I'm going to die of boredom. Got some metadata for you. Yo, tell me what you got. The network runs on information. We wrecked the Feng Shui at Wuxing Sky Tower, subtly but effectively. Huh? What? All that geomancy, Feng Shui, ancient sorcerer stuff is a bunch of drivel. It's all... Oh, we proactively boosted our quarterly outcome by mindfully onlining our beige cushions into little circles and mooning each other. Spare me, yo. We got blood and gunfire all over their feng shui. How about that for you? The penthouse level is probably still burning. Boom, that's what I'm talking about. Stone Cold Thrash Fest. Why didn't you just tell me that? I guess you had to build up to it. This is what I got for you. Grab a program. Here's my surplus stock. Have you got some neon? I'll bill this as data expense. Wampoa recognizes the intrinsic value of information. Information is money. Boom. They already have that one. Oh. See you later, Law. You gotta go. Watch your back and shoot straight after all. It's so dark down in this part of the town. I just want it to get a little bit brighter, that's all. Hey, where's my, Oh, there's an extra level. I keep forgetting that there's like an extra row. Right, Reliable Matthew, what's going on? Reliable Matthew stands quietly in his drone lot, arms hanging limply at his sides. This isn't the soft-spoken style of many Hong Kongers. He looks sad. Hey, Wolf. You don't seem like yourself. Matthew mumbles something under his breath. Can you do me a favour, Wolf? I can't leave the lot right now. What's the favour? I was supposed to pick up my medicine this morning, but I overslept. Can you get it from Ambrose for me? 10-armed Ambrose? Sure. Thanks. Did you get my medicine? No. I'll go. I'll go get it. That's okay. I feel so bad for him. He's so positive and chipper normally. Hi Ambrose, can I have some medicine please? I am here to pick up Reliable Matthew's medicine. Really? Well, okay. A Waldo arm opens a cabinet and crackles through packaging. In a moment it swings over to you, holding a plastic cylinder about the size of a roll of breath mints. There you go. What are these? Sorry, Wolf. I can't discuss a patient's treatment without permission. Confidentiality and Hippocratic Oath and all that stuff. That's not what the Hippocratic Oath is about. Yeah, whatever. It's a crock of shit anyway, right? Point is, I can't talk about a patient's treatment. Inspect. The cylinder is lettered with holographic Hansi, cool blue jazz, non-smoker version. Has a stylized illustration of a laid-back lounge lizard of a man wearing a zoot suit and a smoking cigarillo. Through the semi-transparent plastic, you can see a stack of what looks like tiny pills or chips. Medically evaluate the cylinder. The symbols printed on it suggest the cylinder contained better-than-life chips. These disposable chips create a synthetic experience. Specifically, these are slow-burn BTLs, which are less intense than usual BTLs, but last for a long time, usually 8 to 12 hours. Slow-burn BTLs don't overwhelm someone's connection to the real world, they just skew it, creating a false experience of the real world. Why are you giving Reliable Matthew BTLs? Like I said, patient confidentiality. I can't talk about it. This is medicine. If you want to know more, ask Matty. Thanks, Wolf. He'll be happy to get those. Bye then. So is the reason he's so chipper all the time because he's on slow burn BTLs all the time? Poor guy. Also, stop doing it. He's here, isn't he? Did you get my medicine? I did. Really? That's great. That's great. Give it to me. What is this stuff? It's my medicine. It makes me feel better. It makes it all okay. Give it to me. Matthew, I can't let you have this. Wait, what? No, it's medicine. I'm not well without it. No. I need it. Sorry, Matthew. You need to kick the habit. Reliable Matthew won't look up. He stares at his feet, a look of angry sorrow on his face. Just get your stuff and leave. I feel bad, but... I mean... He needs an intervention. Look who's back. Why don't you go egg a car or something and leave us alone? I, for one, enjoy Wolf's visits. How can we help you? I was just wondering if you're still having the dreams. This again. Do you have anything better to do? Yes, we are still having the dreams. However, they've gotten a hell of a lot worse. Let's not go into the detail. But this information could help others. If I tell you, will you go away? Yes. Our dreams have become unpleasant, darker, violent. Not all that healthy, if you ask me, especially for men of our age. We come out of them in a daze sometimes. Feels like we've been punched in the senses, and the imagery. Well, I said no details, so no details. That about sum it up? I have nothing more to add. He's still eyeing at me. Nothing new. You seem upset. Is something wrong? Continues to stare. What's wrong with you, Shu? You better not be having a stroke. You need to go faster. The shadows that are following you are getting closer. Excuses, Wolf. Blah, blah, blah. Enjoy your game. That was just the same conversation we had before, I think. What about you? Found anything new? Nothing new to report, Wolf. You're welcome to take a look around if you want. I will browse your supplies, actually. Powerbolt 1, Powerbolt 2, Powerbolt 3 I've got. Acid Bolt 3, we might as well buy that. Fireball 3. No, 2 Focus I've got. Let's buy 2. Oh, Mana Bolt 3. I think I don't have heal. Oh, I do have heal wound 2. Should probably start selling things as well, right? Like Haste 1 I don't need. Flamethrower 1 I don't need. Mind Wipe I don't need. Lightning Bolt 1. Heal Wound 1. Ball Lightning 1. Chain Lightning 1. Mage Armor 1. That's 3. Those I'll keep. Powerbolt 1. That gun. Keep that one for a bit. Sell those, buy those, confirm. You replace you. And what's that? So that's 2, 4, 15, 2. 2, 4, 13, 3. That does less damage, but a wider area. Okay. Just browsing, buy crafty. So she said all of my gang were... So I can't even go to my boat. I have to go talk to her. What are you, slow? I got nothing else for you unless you get the dirt on Ma. You got a job to do. Now go do it. What's going on here? As you walk through the mahjong parlour, you see your crew waiting for you, clearly uncomfortable to be so close to the Triad boss. Then you see why. Kindly Cheng's cheeks are flushed and glowing. She's already hit the bottle pretty hard. Ah, Wolf, you're here. Excellent. Yes, Wolf, it's good to see you. They both have expressions that say they'd rather be anywhere else. Let's get to it, shall we? You said you had a lead. I did, and I do. The wiretap we placed on the police force has borne fruit. My people have delivered a snippet of a recorded video call between the plastic-faced man and Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit. Whoa, this should be good. Should we take a seat? Unfortunately, it's only a snippet. There were some technical difficulties with the tap. The person responsible has been sacked. Cheng reaches out a lacquered fingernail, hunts for the button she's looking for and stabs it in victory. There's a loud crackling noise as the beginning of the recording, followed by a squelching squeal that makes Gobbet cover her ears in pain. When the video recording begins, the man's voice sounds far away as if he's talking through a thick pane of glass. Say that again. There's something wrong with this line. I said, my client isn't interested in hearing more excuses, Inspector. That's what I thought you said. I'm not making excuses, mister. I have a department to run. Not for much longer. If those two Westerners aren't found, they're linked to this Raymond Black somehow, and my client wants to find out, wants them out of circulation immediately. The two runners are his accomplices too. The little orc and the dwarf with the cyberdeck. Gobbet looks at Isabel wide-eyed and swallows hard. Isabel winks back reassuringly. I'm aware, Inspector. Thank you. We don't know how much any of them know, and my client is adamant that the risk be mitigated immediately. I've already made this the SDU's highest priority. If Josephine wants more resources on it, I'm going to need allocations from somewhere else in the department. That is a problem that can be easily dealt with. My client wants this over, now. No more excuses, no more fuck-ups, no more cops floating in the river. Kindly Cheng smiles at that and pours herself a shot. Tell her we're redoubling our efforts. Very good. Dead or alive, you bring them to me. My client requires my personal verification that the threat has been eliminated. Hang on, this line is getting worse. There's a sharp crackle as the recording ends. Kindly Cheng picks up her PDA and puts it away with a smile. She unscrews the cap on her bottle and pours herself a shot with a flourish. That's the guy we saw in the surveillance footage, the one who killed Raymond Black. The plastic face looks a lot cooler up close. I think it's kind of pretty. That video doesn't tell us much. I mean, we already know that there's an APB on us. All we're sure of now is the man with the plastic face is definitely working for someone else, this Josephine. Is that all we have, Auntie? A first name? It's not just her first name, Gobbet dear. It's the first name. Josephine Sang. She's the one pulling the strings. That disease-riddled dog-fucker. I should have known it was her from the beginning. And she has the nerve to call down the heat on my runners, on Nightjar. Oh, that scabrous fossil is going to pay. So, friend of yours? No. She's the CEO of Sang Mechanical Services and a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council. Josephine Dogfucking Sang. CEO, huh? What do you know about her? She was Hong Kong's Philanthropist of the Year in 2054 and 2055. Children's hospitals, homeless shelters, food distribution centres. Good causes, and the kind that get good PR because people are too lazy and myopic to look for the real people doing the hard work. The face-to-face with the poor work. Don't be so cynical, Isabel. Coming face-to-face with the unsanitized for video poor is distasteful, dear. You know that. Beyond being a CEO and philanthropist, I also know that Josephine Sang is a lying, conniving bitch. Philanthropist and bitch. Those two things sound mutually exclusive. Wake up, Wolf. Power is power, whether you're providing children with 3 hots and a cot, or you're negotiating a treaty with a multinational. It's all the same. Doesn't sound like you like her very much. Whatever gave you that impression, my sweet? No, my darling. I don't like Josephine Sang, and I'm going to fuck her up. I'm going to fuck her up bad. Oh, this should be good. It will be delicious, and I may explain why someday, but not today. But when I finally get her, you'll be there, my darling. I'll make it a party. What's Sang Mechanical Services? Josephine's baby. It was a B-rated corporation before she married into the Sang family. But after she fought for and won the contract to rebuild Kowloon Walled City, their fortunes rose high. They began to rise to power that eventually landed Josephine on the Executive Council. Wait, so there's a connection between Josephine Sang and the Walled City? Yes, the same place Raymond Black hired my runners to take him. I'm already convinced that connected the dots. I don't know what it means, but it clearly means something. What do you think the connection is between Josephine Sang and this plastic-faced man? I don't know yet, but I will. He called her his client. That may be some sort of lead we can follow. Right now, all we know is that he is her instrument, the one who killed Raymond Black. Raymond's not dead. Yes, you may have mentioned that before, Gunshow. Regardless, the plastic-faced man is still our best lead to figuring out what's going on. Remind me who this Executive Council is again. May I, Auntie? Hong Kong is run by a consortium of powerful corporations called the Board of Governors, who set up the Executive Council, an 8-member committee of exemplary Hong Kong citizens to represent the people and run the city on their behalf. But of course, you don't vote for them. That would be too unpredictable. Instead, every 2 years, 2 Executive Council slots come up for election, and the corporations on the Board of Governors put up some possible candidates and vote among themselves in a closed-door session. Closed door? I'm shocked. Of course, every single one of these candidates is on some corporation's payroll somehow. Wham bam, instant government. So what's our next step? There's nothing we can do to touch Josephine Sang. As much as I hate to admit it, but the plastic-faced man is a different story. He's a third-party operative who's been careless, and he'll live to regret it. For a while. If Sang thinks she can take out 2 of my runners and get away with it, I'm going to have to explain things to her. We're going to find the plastic-faced man, and we're going to hurt him. We'll hurt him until we know everything he does, and then we will use that to strike back at Josephine Sang. You will have your vengeance, and I will have my own satisfaction. Now get out. I have work to do. Okay. Right. No time for runners now. He's being a bitch. So now I should be able to go back to my boat at least. Talk to my compatriots. Right. Start from the start. Mission computer. Captain's log. Auntie Cheng and Josephine. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine Sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the source and talk revenge. This a combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the walled city. Since the walled city was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Cheng, they must have had a working business relationship. For a while, at least. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favourite, you got that right? Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal gig, Seattle. Money and power galore. Now, you need to know that there was a lot of triads and corps doing biz in the walled city. All sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely, and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate business in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and Sang's company, and everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make a long bank. There was a catch though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level manoeuvring and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail and negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine's side. My info gets sketchy here. From what I've pieced together, Sang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to the boss, a 438 named Wong Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Sang do that? My guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of threat. People in the know say that Wong Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She can be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city, just like Auntie planned. Only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She's still a straw sandal, just like she was before Sang backstabbed her, and now she's stuck in Hyoi like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed too if it were me. Jobs. Claim payment. A little bird whispered in my ear that Wuxing's fortunes are already falling. Their stock value dropped by 2% already. The client finds this to be an acceptable indication of your success and has forwarded payment. I've attached your cut to this email. I have no pending jobs. Don't need that. Shadowrun BBS. Let's see what we got. Claim payment. Claim payment for that. Wow, 300. Post-pay data. Do I have any? Nope. Oh my god, look at all these. Looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run on a low-level corporate lab. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixture and a long list of happy clients. Requirements. 1. You must not take experimental stims during runs. 2. You must have a good sense of humour. Weren't you just looking for a Decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moved away. I'd be interested in meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your fizz ad? Did someone call my name? Hey MTN, long time no beer. We gotta catch up, Sensei. Bring me on as your Decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out? That's an understatement. I think we can count on you not to consume any drugs during runs, most specifically drugs that were part of the payload, fatal experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Ouch. That's not even a rookie error, it's just lack of common sense. A real shame that. Anyway, I'm glad you're on board, Runs. We're not going to have a problem with you. Want to trade eyes? We'll take anything. I acquire a huge supply of cutting-edge cybernetic eyes. My fence to the runner, so I've got eyes up to my eyeballs, as it were. Make me an offer. They've got the whole 9 yards. 2010 vision, camera, low light and thermographic modes. One size fits all. Sold in pairs only. Box set. Colours. Brown, blue, violet. Hey, violet eyes. Yay. Hazel. Green. Green flecked with gold. Chrome. And you've got to install them yourself. Trade you a Ranger Arms SM3. Comes with a matching briefcase. Deal. Message me. Can I swap you my old Cyber Eyes for a new set? Seriously, anything but that. Can I buy 1 blue and 1 brown? No, but you can buy 2 pairs. Sheesh. Uncle Say's House of Pork. If anybody ever has the hankering to go to Uncle Say's House of Pork in Tai-O, I can only say one thing. For the love of all that's holy, don't. I haven't been able to leave my house in 2 days. The only reason I can even post on here is because of the RAS override on my back. What did you eat? Maybe you were just unlucky. All I had was some shumai and ribs. That's pretty basic and hard to mess up. Unlucky is when I get a bad orange at the market. This isn't unlucky. This is something else. This is some kind of vile gastrointestinal sorcery. Oh my god, I only ate there once. Once. I still have nightmares. I felt like I'd eaten a wasp nest, if the wasps were made of rusty razors, and also on fire. I thought I was being clever by getting the pulled pork sandwich when I ate there. Nope. Aside from basically being a pile of congealed sludge, and the bread being mouldy, it was a week before I could hold down anything more solid than congee. 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 What's congee? What, are you all a bunch of children? Yeah, the kitchen's dirty, but I've eaten there dozens of times. Not once have I gotten sick. Grow up and learn to eat adult food. I think Ratstar is gobbet. Wait a second. Aren't you the person who was raving about that food cart on the corner of Kimberley and Observatory? You told me to get the yuzu glazed horse tripe. Yeah, how'd you like it? Pretty good, huh? If by good you mean the consistency of tar and old tyres, yes. The tripe must have been a week or more old, and I'm pretty sure I smelled rot once the initial citrus blast wore off. Take note, this user's advice on food is not to be trusted. Oh god, reading that actually got me to push past the RAS override. Now my deck is covered in vomit. Thanks guys, I mean it. Nothing I love more than being sick and disgusting. Walled City embezzlement history. I'm uploading another Walled City reports. This one old, from just after they built it. I ended up digging into the history of the place. It's just archival plain text. Consolidated Press, Hong Kong desk. Sang Mechanical Services, Sang, was again accused of a joint lawsuit headed by Wuxing Inc. of embezzling hundreds of millions of nuyen during the construction of the Walled City low-income housing project. The plaintiffs filed an official complaint on Monday, stating that construction contractors had been heavily pressured by Sang to use cheap construction techniques, while kickbacks, graft, and misrouting of funds caused several hundred million nuyen to vanish. Sang's legal team strenuously objected to the accusations, citing lack of proof and the corporation's own damaged fortunes. Legal team spokesman Li Kuishan had this to say. The Walled City contract was a disaster for my client. The project was sabotaged at every turn by union activists and competing corporations. TMS struggled heroically to complete the project despite this interference. These parties have now added insult to injury by fabricating charges of malfeasance, based on the very obstacles which they themselves created. This has truly become theatre of the absurd. Is it true? According to the Consolidated Press financial analyst Gertrude Schoen, it seems unlikely. Sang has struggled financially since the Walled City project. Sang stock, ticker symbol TMQ, Hong Kong and Tokyo exchanges, is trading at around 40% of its peak, which it reached just after receiving the Walled City contract 4 years ago. Although investigators have indicated there is evidence of possible misconduct, no misappropriated funds have been found, and CEO Josephine Sang recently sold her Victoria Peak estate, citing financial difficulties. If TMS or the Sang family have benefited from stolen Wall City funds, they're not showing it. Mrs. Sang could not be reached for comment. Huh, I always thought that Sang rocketed to success on the back of the Walled City. They sure trumped that in their PR. Yeah, it's a brilliant piece of historical revisionism. The Walled City was a huge loss of face at the time, but somehow they've rebranded the whole fiasco over the last couple of decades. Maybe their underbidding made them seem like the real sucker and brought in the contracts. Isabel, I found the fact that you posted a financial article to be charming. White Prism, did you just hit on Izzo? Amanita's gonna skin you. No, that's just WP. He's incapable of flirting. How do you date a woman named Amanita and then try to charm someone else on the BBS? WP is just an aggro mentat with a poor social filter. You two must have an interesting relationship. Let's just say that we radically complement each other. Merc Operative. See attached image dated to late 2050. The human in the middle is Simon Zor, a mercenary fixture in Macau. He's a known quantity. I'm interested in the elf on his left. Anybody recognize the guy? Your person of interest is Roald Hon, aka Whipsaw. He's not a merc, he's a corpo turned runner turned corpo. He's now a counter-disruption advisor, currently under contract to Transys Neuronet. Zor is just a broker, but I'm wondering what Whipsaw is doing with the third guy, the troll, Icebreaker. Icebreaker? He doesn't look like a Decker. Icebreaker, where did we hear that name? Oh, he was on Ambrose's team. Right? Didn't he say Icebreaker was the leader of his crew? Icebreaker is in As Big as an Icebreaker. The ship. He supposedly ran a paramilitary crew for a while. I've heard of this guy. He vanished 6 years ago. His whole team went completely dark. They were called the Fleet. Word is they hit a big score and retired. Aw, no they didn't. They all died. Yo guys, I've got some metadata that Icebreaker's crew got wiped out. Only 2 survivors, and you won't find them. Tin Helmet, I'm tired of your weird-ass rumours. Tin Helmet may be correct. One fleet associate, Ustrada, posted on the BBS 6 times over the next year. Another, Balisong, was collected by Bounty Hunter. See attached image. Thanks, White Prism. That's fucking awesome. We all really needed a picture of a woman shot in the face and slumped over a toilet. This isn't a gore board. I swear you've got Asperger's or something. Kowloon car bomb. Car bombing in Kowloon City today, near Salisbury and Nathan. Triad hit, extremists. The Triad don't usually use car bombs, and terrorists want a substantial blast to kick fragments. This one had a small explosive, but burned like an oil well. Voila! HKPD report appended. 1 fatality, the driver, guy named Ripshot, burnt almost beyond identification. Ripshot, that's Ambrose. Ripshot, he's a rigger. He rolls for the fleet. He's got a long enemies list. No, Crazy Taste. I don't know why you people keep associating the fleet and this Ripshot guy. The fleet's rigger is a Shenzhen guy named Chainlink. Yeah, Ripshot had a lot of enemies, but he's a Cow Fo Croc shaman over in Kwun and he's not dead. Several people have operated Hong Kong under the handle Ripshot in the last year. None of them are linked to the fleet, but that crew is known to spread misinformation about their composition, so who knows. I see the body identification was made from limb DNA, a skull fragment, and the footage from a nearby CCTV. White Prism, Amanita, are you going to go conspiracy theory on us again? Nice. Let's go talk to the crew. See who's got what for us. You got any more mementos? Gaicho's made no attempt to organise his box. There are a couple of other things. A statuette. The statuette is of a round-faced, its head canted slightly to one side. Its hands are pressed together in prayer, and a tiny red bib is tied around its neck. The figure's expression is serene. It bears a slightly crooked smile, as if it knew a secret or had heard a joke. What's this tiny statue with the bib? Huh? Ah, it is a statue of Jizo, the protector of children. He is also the guardian of travellers. Statues of him are placed alongside almost every road in Japan. His name outside of Japan is Xitigaba. Xitigaba. 1 second. Uno momento. You don't seem like a person who cares about having kids. I have no interest in having children. I did at one time, but no longer. I have kept the statue, not because of my love for Jizo's role, but of his temple in Kyoto. It was one of my few refuges from the world when I lived in the city. Jizo is a tiny place. It is fairly close to the much larger and better known sister temple of Saihoji on the western edge of Kyoto. Unlike Saihoji, however, Jizo Inn is almost unknown. To get there, you have to walk through twisting residential streets, past a deep green grove of bamboo. If you do not know what you are looking for, you will never find it. Most people assume the road it is on is simply a dead end. I recall walking there in a light rain. I could smell the ginkgo and maple leaves in the slight breeze. I would go there and simply sit and let myself be, whenever I felt the stress of school was too much for me. Inside, there are several small shrines, but the main attraction is the moss garden. You enter a very old meditation room from a small gate. You take off your shoes, you sit at the edge of the garden, and you feel the world outside slip from your mind like water through a sieve. Just you, the breeze, the trees, and the moss. That garden was a microcosm of my world, stripped bare of any confusion and bustle. Sounds nice. I rather thought so. I never saw more than 2 other people in the temple, no matter what time of year. It seemed at the time to be my own private sanctuary. The folded paper fan is cheaply constructed with thin paper stretched over plastic spines. It's obviously a souvenir sold to tourists for a few yen. Unfolding, the fan reveals a pleasant landscape, a Japanese city in the 19th century or earlier, curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, labourers carry buckets along... Wait, haven't we already done this? The fan is from the Sensoji Temple in Asakusa. The image is one of the less famous works of Ando Hiroshige, a woodblock printer from before the Meiji Restoration. I purchased the fan while on leave from my military training. It reminds me of how open life felt when I was younger, how the future seemed to stretch out full of possibility, and also because I liked the painting. Yeah, I feel like we already... That statue was new, but I feel like the fan we already did. Hello, Wolf. Pardon me for continuing my exercises. I feel that I've been letting them slip of late. Don't you ever stop practicing? No, I am to achieve perfection, and I must work against my current handicap to regain the level of control that I once possessed. I am stronger and faster than I once was, but I need to learn to use my senses more effectively in order to bring those advantages to bear. Do you see that edge? Forged by one of the finest swordsmiths in modern Japan. Diamond-coated edge, capable of cutting even the most hardened ceramic armors. But what good is a sharpened edge without the precision to apply it? When I was still a man, I could have cut a single pea in half with my eyes closed. Oddly, after becoming blind, I cannot replicate this feat. I think soon I will be able to perform this feat again. I simply have to retrain my body to ignore the senses that it no longer has, and pay attention to the new ones. Now, what would you like to discuss? Last run? I confess the purpose of our little adventure in Wuxing Sky Tower eludes me. While in Japan, we have a notion of Omnyodo, a method of controlling ki. It relies on ritual and incantation to banish unruly spirits. Feng Shui, on the other hand, seems more akin to extremely fussy interior decorating. The very idea that tipping over a potted plant or moving the orientation of a desk could have effects on a corporation's stock price is insane. Yet as we were working, I could see the flow of magic change. Perhaps this manner of luck manipulation is unique to China. It certainly would not work in Osaka. Has it been difficult learning to fight while blind? It's not the easiest thing I have attempted, but neither is it the hardest. Emptiness's form is one of the great lessons of the Hagakure. Train sufficiently, and both swordsmanship and obedience will come instinctively. That is the closest to perfection a man can attain. Does that mean that in the perfect world you would have killed yourself when you got infected? If an order should be unjust or foolish, it should not be followed. To waste a skilled warrior, as they would have by killing me, it's unacceptable. Obedience without a thought is to be cultivated, but so is the moral fortitude to know when to disagree. When I was new to the unit, I thought that to be a good samurai was the ultimate goal. That to serve justly with dedication was the greatest honor a warrior could have. We were all young and foolish once, I suppose. So what changed your mind? Oops. Oh, I got it. Beyond my disease, there was a fight in Fukuoka. My former team ambushed me. It had a singular effect on my worldview. We were taught that we were superior to everyone, that since we were pure humans and Japanese, we would always win. I believe that most never question the validity of this claim, even when confronted with direct evidence to the contrary. Tell me about when your old unit ambushed you. Very well. My time in Fukuoka was tense. Since leaving Keihanshin, I had been careful to stay out of sight by moving on foot or in back of an automated delivery van. I was running out of food, however, and I needed to be in a city for that. Fukuoka is just big enough to get lost in, but not so large that a ghoul sighting could go unnoticed. I hid in abandoned buildings and storm drainage systems, and for 2 weeks I managed to stay hidden. The strain of having to constantly move was wearing on me, however. I made a mistake. I had to get out of Japan, but all my contacts in Fukuoka had come up empty-handed when I asked for a way to China. I was running low on money, and I could feel the team catching up with me. A contact of mine in Kumamoto owed me a favour, and arranged passage for me if I could reach the city in 48 hours. If I had taken my time, I could have made it to Kumamoto without incident. but I let caution slip when I got his email. I thought that if I disguised myself, I could take the train there, get out before my unit got closer to finding me. I still don't know how they found me, magical tracking perhaps, or simply a well-developed spy network. Regardless, they found me. They were waiting for me at Hakata Station. It was an ambush. Very public place for an ambush. It is. I suspect their orders were clear, however. Do whatever it takes to kill me. Civilians expendable. For units like the Red Samurai, ordinary laws do not apply. The mission's success is the only concern. I had taken steps to disguise myself as best I could, relying on the sheer number of people to conceal my presence. I suspected that the team might attack while I was in public, but did not realise just how expendable the civilians were. When they blew the C4 charges over the station's western entrance just to box me in, I realised how much I had underestimated them. I assumed that a train had derailed, honestly, but then I smelled the telltale acrid vapour of the explosives. Once you smell it, you never forget. The plastic explosive that we used had a particularly sharp odour, like old cheese. Something to do with an old factory tagant added to help track if it's stolen. I remember stumbling through the dust and debris, trying to find my way to the rail platform. They attacked from all sides, using the confusion to strike at once. I could hear Ishida and Takagawa behind me. Aomori and Sasaki were charged out of an access corridor just ahead, where I had been standing. Sasaki threw a firewall down behind me, cutting off retreat, while Aomori started firing. That is a nasty situation to be caught in. One of the worst. Confined space facing a mage and a heavy gunner. Those are losing odds, even if the attackers are ordinary mercenaries. I did the only thing I could think of. I charged Aomori and Sasaki. They were only 15 meters away from me. The only advantage I had was that they were as blinded by the dust as I was, but I could still hear and smell them. Sasaki threw a lightning bolt at me, but I managed to roll under it. As I came up, Aomori's light machine gun was swiveling down. I felt time stretch out as I stared down the barrel. I caught Aomori in the throat with the tip of my sword. It was a maneuver I'd practiced hundreds of times before. There was no resistance as I cut through his trachea, and he fell as I rolled to the side. I could hear him choking for breath as he dropped. It is strange to think how clear that memory is, even now. He was your friend. That kind of thing will stick with you. Spare me your too new in psychiatry. Obviously, what you say is true, but the memory sticks with me so strongly for another reason. It was in that strike that I realised who I truly was. My whole time with the Red Samurai, I had focused on ensuring that I was worthy of the team. Everyone felt that way, but I felt it more acutely than most. I've always wanted to be the best, the fastest, the most precise. In the Red Samurai, I felt that to be less than perfect would be to let the team down. We were always told how lucky we were to have been accepted into the unit. The moment my sword struck Aomori, I knew that I would survive the fight. They attacked me as they would an animal. They seemed to be counting on herding me into Takagawa and Ishida. Aomori didn't even try to get out of the way of my sword strike. I recall his eyes going wide, and he looked surprised that I was using a weapon and not my claws. That's a fatal mistake. They thought they were fighting a beast. I would never have underestimated them as they did me. All the lessons I taught them about close combat thrown out of the window as soon as their preconceptions entered the battlefield. Disgraceful. As I killed Aomori, I realised that it was not that I was unworthy of the Red Samurai, but that they were unworthy of me. What did it mean that I, an infected monster that was less than a beast, could still defeat the finest soldiers in the world? Red Samurai doctrine taught Aomori and the others not to fear me, and this overconfidence would be their death. I realised I had progressed beyond their ability to understand. My sword was as accurate as ever, but they could not account for it due to ideological blindness. That's the danger of letting ideology overrule facts. Precisely. All those years, I was worried I was not good enough to be a member of the Red Samurai. That somehow they had been pulling my weight, but I had been blind to all of the ways in which we were not training or had avoided the harsh truths about our own abilities. We were so often told of our own excellence that I wondered if we had ever truly been tested. Sasaki was the next to fall. As I turned away from Aomori, I realised she must have seen me strike him. Her eyes were wide, and I could feel her fear and anger as she tried to summon another spell. She seemed caught between healing Aomori and attacking me. He taps himself in the forehead just above his right eye. It was there on Sasaki. A downward stroke from Jodan's stance. She had hesitated, just as Aomori had. I felt the breath go out of her, like someone had deflated a tire. She just slid down into a pile. I think she was trying to ask me how when I ran. What about Ishida and Takagawa? My goal was survival, not victory. Takagawa was too far away, and I did not see Ishida. I only smelled him, so I ran. The trains had been shut down due to the explosions, but I knew I could get out of Hakata Station. I knew I could escape. They did not follow me out into the city proper. From what I heard via the Matrix, the event was reported as a terrorist attack that was thwarted by brave Renraku soldiers. Brave, foolish soldiers. What does perfecting yourself mean to you anyway? I do not know. I am certain that sounds like an evasion, but it is not. There is no roadmap for being a ghoul who is also a freelance killer. I only know that my instincts are stronger now than they were when I was an ordinary man. Because of this, I must learn to make my own way in this world. There is no older teaching for me to reach for. Is this why you are concerned about my history with the Red Samurai? Of course, I want you to make the most of your new life. That is remarkably kind of you, Wolf. Were this a year or more ago, I would not believe you. After having seen how you handled the Wampoans, however, I do. I am no longer simply a man. This is a fact of my life. I am beyond that. I do not know if I am better for it, but I know that I am different for it. The fact that I am different, however, cannot be denied. I put a question to you then. If you had been changed into a ghoul, what would you do? How would you improve yourself and learn to live with your condition? I wouldn't forget what it means to be human, probably. But I am not human, not any longer. To be a ghoul is to be as different from a human as it is to be a troll. More so, in fact, as trolls are closer to men than I am. The changes are not only physical, as I mentioned before. My mind is more instinctive now, and reasoning is more difficult. I tend to react quickly, without thought, but that also generally will turn the tide in my favour. Warriors must learn to push their body and soul to their utmost limits. So too it is with me. But my body and soul are no longer that of a man. I must learn to use these differences as an advantage rather than a handicap. Perfection is not a destination, it is a journey. One must strive to become the purest form of oneself that one can be. So what will you do about your unit if they come looking for you in Hong Kong? I am unsure. You've given me a great deal to consider, and I do not mean that lightly. There are several actions and possible outcomes I foresee. I could, as I have before, relocate to another city, flee Hong Kong, travel to somewhere further afield, Lagos perhaps, or Montreal. It would have to be some place where Renraku's influence was minimal, and where the unit's presence would be immediately noticeable. This has been my plan of action in the past. I could also keep a low profile, staying here, hope that they are unable to find precisely where I am hiding. Undoubtedly, Ishida would command the team to keep looking. I believe it would only be a matter of time before they found me. But if it were a sufficiently long time, they might be recalled. I could also confront them. Draw them out into the open at a time and place of my choosing. They are nothing if not predictable in their efforts to follow Red Samurai operational doctrine. That plan could succeed, but it could also put you and civilians at risk, and I am unsure how I would draw them out in the first place. You need to find a way to fight them. I am unsure if that is the wisest course of action. I'm going to need to think about this a great deal. Please let me think on this. Okay. Please, my friend, not now. We must really ready ourselves for the run on Ares. I cannot and will not rest until my research has been recovered. Okay, we need to do the Ares run next then. A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you it's 4 AM outside of your cabin, and the rest of you sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilling yearning, and a need to get to where you were going first. Others were behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. Feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters through your door. It's morning. As you step into Isabel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk that she's been working at is a mess. You're back. Hey, what do you need? Any thoughts about the last run? I wasn't there, remember? So for me, it was pretty much like any other night. How are you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Don't climb up on me. Tell me what's going on. When I unlocked these old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way. And I think that they always will be. Why? Because they've been stored as data in an archival format. They're never going to fade. They'll never grow less intense with time. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. I knew a guy in the Barrens who got his arms hacked off with a machete. I'm pretty sure that he can't forget his past either, but he found a way to live with it. That's a different kind of pain, but I appreciate what you're trying to say. Anyway, let's get down to business. The sooner we're done with this walled city, the sooner I can try to move past this. I think I've had enough time to process what's in my head. I should be able to give you some answers about the walled city. Not all of the answers, mind you, but something. If you have a question, ask. Now that we've unlocked your memories, I have a question about the walled city. Go on, ask. How did you get out of there when you were a kid? How did you escape? Robert led me out. Figures. You two have been tight for a long time, haven't you? Yeah, a long time. Look, if you want to know more about this, go ask Gobbert about it. I'm sure she'll be happy to brag about her thrilling exploits. But I think that we have more pressing matters to discuss. Good, because I've had enough for one day. I'm tired. Reliving this is exhausting. Okay. Hey, pal. You ready for your next lesson? I want to ask you about something else first. Yeah? Go ahead. If you need to ask, then ask. Any thoughts on that last run? It always surprises me how much corporations will pay to screw up a competitor's feng shui. Hell, they'll even take each other to court over architecture that blocks key. It has real impact though. A little shift here, and there might not seem like much, but even fractions of a penny lost on their stock value is millions. I could see us changing the flow of key in that building, but I still have no idea how to make it work for me. You need a real specialist for that, like a Taoist priest or something. Based on what we could see though, I think Wu Xing's fortunes will wane, at least for the time being. They'll fix what we broke eventually, but until then, there may be a rash of stub toes. So what else do you want to chat about? Got a question about Isabel. She told me that you led her out of the walled city when you were kids. Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail. Want to tell your side of the story? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll share. To start, I guess that you're going to need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? No, she didn't say much other than you saved her. Didn't think so. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago, it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. Okay. Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all kinds of nooks and crannies that grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Happy or Lucky, something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy, good card player. Obviously, none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself, that's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realise any of this at the time, though. I loved playing in the alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun. I did stuff like that myself in the Barrens. When you're a street kid, you make your own fun. Yeah, kind of makes you shudder when you look back on it, huh? It's like, where were those kids' parents? But then with most street kids, that's a question best left unanswered. Now with Isabel, she was a little different. She wasn't a street kid, not technically. She had parents who loved her. They just couldn't keep her safe because in the walled city, there's no such thing. How bad was it for her? Bad. Could have been a lot worse, of course. Her family could have been living deeper inside the wall, towards the centre. For what I've heard, that's hell on earth, but Isabel and her family had it bad enough. They were in the Mansion District. Mansion District. Sounds nice, right? But it really isn't. Imagine a sort of holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically, anyone who isn't Asian, European or goblinoid. Now cram it full to twice its normal capacity and make sure that nobody living there can afford a loaf of bread. Why was it called the Mansion District? The locals named it after Chung King Mansions out of Sim Sha Sui. Sort of an inside joke. The mansions are the unofficial African quarter of Hong Kong. Most of the free enterprise zones are African immigrants settled there if they can afford it. The destitute refugees, like Iz and her family, don't get into Chung King Mansions. They get herded into the walled city. And once they're inside, the Mansion District is where they'll wind up. Forced relocation, huh? I guess some things never got out of style. No, they don't. And once the refugees arrive in the Mansion District, their prospects don't exactly improve. The only thing that most people in the mansion had in common were the colour of their skin and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. They didn't even have a common language to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slums towards the centre. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Sounds charming. Yeah, charming. And that's where I met Isabel. It wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch onto me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does, but with her it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before someone snapped her up. So what happened? What led you to take her out of the walled city? Rat happened. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from inside out, choking in bad ki and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found Isabel, I'd offer her to lead her out. If I didn't, well... You did find her. Doesn't matter what would have happened if you hadn't. Thanks. It isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. The truth of the matter is, if I hadn't pulled Isabel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now. I get it. Someone did the same for me and Duncan once. Yeah, I knew that you'd get it, and I did bump into her. She did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe, so there you have it. Happy endings. What about the other people who stayed behind? The shaman you knew? They went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full-on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood. Nasty business, and not for me. Toxic? What does that mean? When a shaman goes toxic, he goes bad. It's like if you invert the usual meaning of a totem. That's what a toxic shaman does. Dog shamans are loyal and friendly, like all good dogs are. A toxic dog shaman is rabid. They're both dog, but they're different aspects of a dog. Get it? Yeah. And your pig shaman friend went toxic. That's what I heard. You don't want to know what happened to him, what he became. It was pretty bad at the end, before the locals overwhelmed him. A lot of people died. What about Isabel's family? She said that they were still in the walled city. Why didn't you bring them with you? You think that I didn't want to? Look, it was going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible. Why? Because they weren't like me and Iz. They hadn't grown up on the streets. They were upper-class people back in Somalia before they emigrated to Hong Kong. They were hopelessly out of their element. Even if I'd managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed. You made the right choice. Damn right I did. Even if I'd managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them and they were lucky. If they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the thrill gangs or organ loggers might have gotten them. It wasn't worth the risk to even try. Besides which, Isabel didn't want to bring a family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did from the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. I'm ready for my next lesson. Good. This one is about people like Auntie Cheng and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important. So here's the upfront lesson. Fixes are important. You can't just do a Johnson to yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. And that's a bad idea all around. Okay? The reason why it's a bad idea to cut people like Auntie Cheng out is because you need someone to vet your clients. That's important. It protects the whole team. You remember the lesson from last time? The one about Sui and the shiny object? Yes. Well, after the run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Sui had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All that we had to do was keep the thing safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We'd killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standards. Honu and Egret got good and drunk in record time. Sui went back to his cabin with the shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It had been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds. Yelling, maybe? I was groggy and they were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 AM. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual, but something felt off somehow. I used to get that every now and again in the Barrens. I learned to listen to it. Yeah, it's a lot like a panic attack. That full-body certainty that something's wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know, and if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out into the hallway and my foot slipped. I came down hard and landed on my ass and found myself sitting in a pool of blood. That's not good. No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious at this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was that the shiny object might have, I don't know, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in the warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shook that off pretty quick though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and rather than paying us for the job, he sent another team to take it away. That doesn't make sense. Then he'd have to pay the other team. So what did you do? I got up and beeline to Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing to that the sinking ship had to a leader, and the strongest rat shaman on the raft. So why not go straight to Sui's cabin? Because I'm not an idiot. Sorry, that wasn't aimed at you, but think about it for a second. If there was a retrieval team coming for a shiny object and they were strong enough to handle Sui while he was holding it, what chance would I have of stopping them? I figured it was time to bring out the big guns. Malvina was the one who I could get them from. I passed some pretty bad stuff on the way to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Zhu Yan's vault all over again. The torn up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people who'd been cut apart with machetes, scorch marks on the container walls. Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of the shiny object, that heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake. Did you make it to Malvina's cabin? Yeah, I burst through the door, already spread the news, and someone smashed a gun into my face. It was Cadmus, my friend. He jammed the muzzle of his Super Warhawk into my cheek so hard it hurt, then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder, I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused. Did they think that you were in on the attack somehow? Yeah, only it wasn't an attack. Our client had nothing to do with it. Turns out there was no client. Sui had lied to us, and by helping us to steal the shiny object, I'd unwittingly given him what he needed to foment a mutiny. She pauses for a moment, gathers her rats in her hands and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair. And it turns out, betrayal hurts, Seattle. Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. Sui had been a friend. I just risked my life to save his like 4 hours ago, and he tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable. So what did you do? What could I do? I didn't have a lot of options, and Cadmus was kind of on edge, like red-faced and screaming. So I opened my mouth and I fast-talked my way out of it. I started off by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo of the sinking ship, swearing my undying friendship. You know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with a warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Sui. That was brave of you. I know, right? Not my style at all, but then I didn't really have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard, who was tearing our friends and neighbours apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into too many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Sui's indiscriminate use of the shiny object let a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been. Did you get a good view of them this time? Yeah, I wish that I hadn't, but I had. I don't really know how to describe the things. They were like animals, but wrong. Too many tails, bones in the wrong places, huge open sores, that kind of thing. They were spirits manifest in a physical form, I think. Most of them took the form of rats, swarms of insects, rotten things. All the old pestilence tropes. Sometimes there were colonies of things, all tangled together and moving as one. Not the sort of thing I want to see again, ever. So anyway, long story short, I got the shiny object back from Sui. It wasn't easy, but I got it. How'd you manage that? Lies and misdirection, trickery, rat helped. Some of the things that Sui let loose actually came in handy. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I managed to trick my way past Sui's supporters and the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. It wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object, and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damn thing, and I got it back to Malvina. Then what? Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Sui ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Sui's side lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everyone that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea. After the pronouncement, she turned on the surviving mutineers. Honu was one of them. He'd been in on Sui's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for people in our economic bracket, that was good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet they're all dead by now. In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them. Why did you leave? I had to go. We may have washed the blood off of the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I'd loved anymore. And as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. We parted on good but sad terms, and, as you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny, I hadn't even thought of Malfina or the sinking ship in years, not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson, and it all came flooding back in. That's the story, it's finished, but I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front, because it's important. We need Auntie Cheng to bring us work, that's obvious, but we also need her to keep us honest. To be sure that we, on the team, are playing straight with one another. Auntie Cheng's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us, and that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Cheng or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship, it could happen again in Huey. That's the lesson. If you've got questions, ask them. What did Malvina do with the shiny object? Well, first she used it to get rid of the things that Sui had set loose. Then she put it away for safekeeping. It's probably still there on the ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held under lock and key. At least she's keeping it safe. I'd have preferred if she ditched the thing, but in the end, that wasn't my choice to make. From what I've heard, she's still in power over there, so I guess that it worked out. And Sui? That walking colostomy bag was already dead, eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Turns out he wasn't much good at controlling them without it. He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail. Okay. Thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think that they help me too. It's nice to be taken seriously. No problem. Yeah, get a move on. I've got gobbet things to do now. Right, one more. We got Duncan. We can go on another mission. You enter and find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip. What do you think of the last run? Wasn't there. He kept me on the bench. Anyway, enough. Oh, he is salty. He's a salty boy. You're going to wear a hole in the floor that way. Need something? Yeah, a drink. Looks like you could use one too. I hear Club 88 has 2-for-1s between 4 and 6 o'clock, but you'll have to drink them both. I don't put drugs or alcohol in my body. I'm just going to let that go. I take it you're stewing about Josephine Sang? That's right. I'm thinking about what she did to our family, what she did to Carter. It's time for the old Duncan to come out and play. Here's what we do. We walk into Sang's headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. Good thinking, thanks, I'll consider it. No. I think the direct method will result in a quick death. They'll never see it coming, that's why the plan's so beautiful. This is the way to go. My way. My way, Duncan? Yeah, my way. There's one way this is going to go. Oh crap, that's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator, never questioning his rules, no falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. Or you get the full-on Raymond treatment. I didn't care to be on the receiving end of that, and I was, more than once, that's for sure. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of that squat house and into his house? The thing with the double tray and lockjaw? When he accused us of relapsing back to our old ways? Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. When I finally stood up to him. Yep. The way he handled that was part of the reason I eventually left. He just wouldn't listen. I thought that might have been part of it, but to be fair, I wasn't listening either. That was our pattern, wasn't it? I wouldn't listen, he wouldn't listen, then we butted heads, rinse and repeat once every few weeks. But that time was the worst. Okay, Mr. Aethriel, we don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. And on that note, I'm going to have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. I get the feeling they're all going to be long days. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. Anyway, good night, Mel. I'll catch you tomorrow. That was nice and quick. Right. Let's go do a mission. Dun dun dun. Go to the Ares Asia holding facility and plant the data. And that's the one that our good friend Gaucho, I can't remember what his name's called. Gaucho is a steak restaurant. It's delicious. Head to the Ares facility to incite a conflict between Knight Errant and the Red Dragon. Gaichu, I was close. We'll take Gaichu, we'll take Rakta, and we'll take Gobbets. And misdirection. Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbour, all glittering chrome and neon flash against the night's darkness. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirrored knives thrust into the sky, rending the clouds as they ascend into the heavens. The Ares Asia holding complex squats menacingly over Chater Road. Chater Road? A steel and concrete tumor entwined with nearby buildings in a web of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the 5th floor, a public foyer that connects to the restricted areas of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in a cold, dimly lit reception area. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. This is what I was looking for. So I've got 6, we've got 6 and 6. You've got 5. You've got 4. Let's give you that. Gobbet, you've got 4. You can have that. Perfect. Can we give her that as well? Like, loan her a spell. Go on, Gobbet, you can do it. Okay, maybe not. Exiting the Ares Asia holding elevator on the 5th floor of the skyscraper complex, the antiseptic odour of the mega corporation's offices assails your nostrils. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield over the free enterprise zone. We're looking for a lab between floors 15 and 40. Everything below 15 is shopping and recreation, and the residential areas span 41 to 92. The auto repair circuit should be up there as well. I know Taylor and Hardingham. They'll keep it close to their main lab so they can work on the project in their off hours, and they'll need specialised testing equipment. Things you can't fit in an apartment, even a big one. So everything we're looking for will be near the main lab. Yes. Once we plant the altered visitor record data, we can find the lab's precise location. From there, everything we need should be nearby. Okay. Hello, Secretary. Welcome to Ares Asia Holding, a division of Ares Macro Technology. How may I assist you? Dear God, is that a ghoul with you? Yes, he's my bodyguard, and I would kindly ask that you do not fret about it. Don't fret when you waltz in here with a goddamn cannibal in tow. Calm yourself. Not only is he my bodyguard, he's part of my research into the integration of drone hardware with living tissue. But that's... I am Dr. Rakta, formerly employed by Grishin Eviacor. I was the director of drone development for over 10 years, and the ghoul and drone you see are part of my latest project. You aren't on the guest list. It's a fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire distraction data management, adaptive auto-soft parsing, and modular weapon integration. This drone redefines bleeding edge. What's more, it has adaptive experience registry subprogram. To wit, it learns. Oh, yes, I see. That's a lot of interesting information. What should I put down on the arrival sheet then? Put down that I am here to make a sales pitch. If there is any company in this world with an interest in cutting-edge combat drones, it would be Ares Macro Technology. I have a full report on field and stress tests, part-time to failure, and combat efficiency, and I do not like to be delayed. Very well. Have a pleasant evening, Doctor. Please stay on this floor until your escort from the Drone Research Division arrives. A vent. This vent could fit a drone through. Absent that, there's not much that you can do. Do we have any drones? You have a drone. Power conduits. This power conduit is labelled Elevator Control and Power. A series of tangled cables and wires weave in and out of the junction box. For God's sake, don't touch anything in here without contacting me first. This box is the most temperamental piece of crap I've ever worked with. If anything gets unplugged, the elevator system will go down, and take the entire security card readers with it. Why did we spend all that million on improving security if everyone has to take the stairs? The drone could fairly easily rip out some of these cables, rendering the elevator and employee ID card readers inoperable. Okay. The drone tears them out. How do I just, like, end combat? Is it that button? Do we just have to get you back out here? There we go. Hello there. Sorry, sir. The elevator systems are experiencing a temporary interruption of service. Until they're back, I'm afraid you'll have to use the stairs. Okay, I'm going to save the game and try and come this way anyway. Oh, he just says the same thing. Outrageous. Hello, computer terminal. This office computer doesn't appear to be fully locked. It rests on an info page about Ares Asia Holdings. I will browse the information. The content of this page consists primarily of marketing jargon. Unfortunately, there's very little of value. A few keystrokes later, you have access to the machine storage. Read email. Most of the email is boring, lunch plans, updates on hardware requests, complaints about office lighting, and things of that nature. One thread catches your eye. I don't know why you're having such difficulty understanding our matrix upgrades, Chung. I've given you the bypass codes for the blocker IC at least 3 times already. Maybe you should write them down or something. Anyway, here they are again. These codes should allow you to bypass blocker IC in our secure data store, and also for security scheduling. Don't sass me, Corporal. I wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't been promising the matrix upgrades would be complete next week for the past 6 months. After 4 months of waiting, I stopped thinking about it. Now, every time I make a pull request from our depot, that damn IC gets in my persona's face and demands another set of passcodes. Thank you for the bypass codes, though. I'll write them on the back of my hand or something. Most of the employees' records involve construction projects in and around Hong Kong, but one project, referred to as 2231, stands out. Dr. Chung, I'm concerned about the amount of resources you've requested to pursue Project 2231, particularly because we are Ares Asia Holding, not Ares America. 2231 is an Ares America project, not one of ours. What explanation can you offer for this request? How can it be justified? I understand your concerns, Director, but you should be aware that all divisions of Ares Macro Technology have been ordered to support Project 2231 where possible. Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham are particularly interested in testing their prototype in support of Project 2231. I am simply requesting enough manpower to find suitable subjects to test the prototype against. The risk involved in the local research is unacceptable at this time. This is the entire reason the bulk of 2231 related research takes place at Complex 68G, and why 68G is in the middle of the frozen tundra. I would be willing to divert additional engineers for Taylor and Hardingham's project if they would be willing to create another prototype with the intent of shipping it to Complex 68G. I'll talk to them about it, Director. If you think it's not possible any other way, I'll impress that upon them. Coolio, coolio. Where the hell are we? Oh, I came in from there. So that's where I have to get to. Will they let me go through that door? What is this? Plant the visitors' records and find the lab. Can I go in here? This is a public matrix terminal for guests and visitors. Welcome to Ares Holding. Please note all activity on this is locked. Search for Dr. Taylor. Dr. P. Taylor, Drone Automation Division, Floor 27. Dr. Taylor has transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holding from his previous post in London with Ares Europe. Dr. Taylor's research focuses primarily on drone weapons technology, although previous work has centered on cryogenics technology and the impact of the Matrix on social structures and human development. Dr. Taylor is Joint Chair of Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay Tidal Power System, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong MTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. Dr. Hardingham. Also floor 27. Dr. Hardingham has transferred to the Hong Kong from London. Dr. Hardingham holds advanced degrees in weapon design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories, Dr. Hardingham's duties are primarily related to research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will keep Ares macro technology competitive with this rapidly changing world. While the specific work of the Drone Research Laboratories is classified, previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robotic game theory, and collective machine learning. Alter the records. You slip the data chip into a port on the public terminal and let the worm go to work. After several seconds, the chip flashes green. Now, Ares Asia Holding record shows that Golden Fong has visited on several locations in the past. That's good. And now I have to get to it. Doopy doop boop boo. 27 flights later. Excellent, Wolf. We've arrived. We should make certain to find the auto repair prototype while we're here. I'm sure it'll be around here somewhere. Good. Then it won't be too much work to pick it up on our way. Thank you very much for this assistance. You're very welcome. Let's save, because now we're trespassing. We're trespassing in a very big room. Okay, let's go in here. Lab computer. Please direct your inquiry. Search for auto repair project. All information contained herein is considered secret or con. Duplication of files is forbidden. Desert Wars field testing. Congratulations everyone. Ares Europe's first given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, the MP laser prototypes and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, I think we've got a great chance at being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work you've put in over the last year. If we can pull this off, we're positioned to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in the past 10 years. If we buckle down and put in the hours required, I know we can do it. Taylor, how far you've fallen. When we worked together, he'd never have written this kind of limp corporate missive. We all cared enough about our work that we never had to motivate the team like this. He's become a management tool of Ares Macrotech. I doubt there's much left of the passionate young researcher I knew. You think he's lost his edge? Not as such. I believe he's still quite capable as a researcher, but when you spend all of your time managing a budget or organising your team, what time is left to do the actual work? The reason you got into the field in the first place, I can concur to that 100%. No thank you. That is a disgusting world. I also agree with that. Self-organization subroutine bugs. Hey Ian, I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing their telemetry data after field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode won't stop them. It looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as non-critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. Why am I struggling with that word so much? Telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests because one started firing the on-share cleanup basecamp function, and the rest picked up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from their secure space. And the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I'd like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand that we're trying to play catch-up with Renraku on the pseudo-intelligence front, but the fallout if this bug spreads could be pretty catastrophic. Wait on the next test. Just a heads up for the team, hold on further self-organization tests until you get the all clear from me, Taylor or Jan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders when they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle, examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted. General tests are still a go. 10-1, they're still using my old code. It sounds like the same kind of bug I encountered during my early tests in Moscow. The problem is, they're trying to give orders to the drones while the drones have prioritized their own desires over those of the end user. They'll never respond so long as they're in a group reflection mode. You're saying the drones don't listen because they're busy with their own work and don't want additional work. In essence, yes. The more complex pseudo-intelligent drones become, the more we have to learn to convince them that what we've ordered them to do is the best course of action within reason. Part of the reason the self-correction code exists is to protect against user error. These drones are only doing what they've been designed to do. The deeper I got into data sharing and self-development code, the more I came to realize that it was impossible to build a truly independent drone, a system as simple as waiting order priority. Checking from A to B to C is functional but inelegant. My solution was to create a system of interlocking desires and motivations that shift and change over time. The only overriding principle is that both Koshei and I must work together to solve problems. That's a novel approach. That's why it works as well. As you increase independence, so too is danger increased. If Koshei determined the best method of preserving my life was to shoot me in the leg, it would do so. and I would likely allow that to happen. Koshei's sensors and analytical abilities are superior to my own, at least in terms of battlefield threat assessment. Holy moly. Recent messages. Attention, all information contained blah 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 blah. Olympics cancelled. Can't stinking believe it, Jung. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2060 Neo-Tokyo Olympics, the OIC's cancelled them entirely. Some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pulled out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they've handled their holdings in California. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation and the unity of mankind. I can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Zia, can you put those reports on my desk? Zia, I was hoping to take a look at your power output test data sometime soon. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so just let yourself in and put them on my desk. The code is 98144. 98144, eh? Shutters must be closed during urgent energy emittance testing. The shutter controls are currently also closing the security room shutters. I've talked to maintenance about it, but they haven't had a chance to fix it yet, so bear in mind, when you close the shutters for laser testing, security cannot respond, as the side door auto-locks. Make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. Let's do nothing, but that sounds like we might be able to use that to get out of a fight. Locked. Right, nothing around here. That's Dr. Hardingham's, which we can't get into, but Dr. Taylor's we definitely can. There's also a few more doors. What's in here? Is this guy gonna... Hey, who the hell are you? I don't recognize you, which means you sure as hell don't work on this floor. What's your business? Sorry, I'm lost. How do I get to Matrix Security? Ah, okay. That's on floor 37. This is 27. Just head back out when you get to floor 37, turn left on the first hallway. I catch you back on this floor, I'm raising the alarm. Okay, thanks. So that door locks when we close these shutters. That sounds like a good plan. Server cluster handles blah blah blah. Perfect place to upload the worm and faked camera footage. Let's do it. A few minutes later, the chip flashes a green light indicating the camera records for floor 27 will now show footage of Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. Nice. Now I can get in here. Using the code 98144. Then go on Taylor's computer. Project records. Security briefing. Last week, Knight-errant officers responsible for the security of this facility received several reports of suspicious activity in public area of the building. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll, approximately 20 to 28 years of age, entering the public mezzanines area of the building. The subject was seen attempting to gain access to restricted areas. The subject exited the facility before Knight-errant could intercept and question him. Reports from area citizenry indicate this subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from a side entrance wearing a custodial uniform. Knight-errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during their arrest attempt, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident should contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your person and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares macro technology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with a group. Thank you. Oh dear, Dr. Taylor. Was that security briefing? Yeah. Emitter aperture refinement. I had to change the emitter and focusing array in our latest MPIV redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same emitter array as the MP Laser 3, since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and there's legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that the outer lens is 3mm too large for the new housing. In light of that, I've commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They've been manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week at the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we acquired from Zeiss last year. It should give us superior beam coherence, even in high dust and fog situations. Prior emitter research. I've been going back through the files from Ares Arms research on the original MP laser. A lot of the work was done by one Dr. Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares Arms doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious, given that we're all supposed to be working towards the same thing, aren't we? From what I can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham and I. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate that he was primarily interested purely in vector soliton fiber lasers, rather than our own dye-doped matrix technology. From what I understand, that's also the basis for Winter Systems' own attempts at man-portable laser solutions. I can't find any evidence of how they would have developed the technology without access to Mills Fargo's work, though. Curious. Okay, emails. You killjoy. Hardingham, I cannot believe you. Did you tattle on me tonight, errant, saying I'd blown off the security brief and ran to go drink alone? Ugh, I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police at any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sake. Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security, and I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit up the pawn after the meeting tomorrow. I've got 8 or so takers from the lab, and Knight Errant promised to loan us a low-profile bodyguard to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you? Door code. They changed your door code while you were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried with someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when they were testing one of the new emitters. It's 23847. H. One of the researchers downstairs hit me up in a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in the Algonquin Manitou Council, some godforsaken black site called Complex 68G. I guess it has something to do with that debacle in Chicago, research into cleaning up the CEZ and whatnot. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand, just lend them a prototype on the specs, let them test out the laser there. After a few moments, the datachip's lights flashes green, indicating the data has been uploaded. Marvellous. And now we can get in here. I forgot it already. 23847. 23847. Dr. Hardingham. Email. You killjoy. Taylor, I don't think you're taking this security breach seriously enough. A bloody troll tried to waltz into the building not just once, but twice. He beat up some of the bully boys downstairs, and he's definitely after our work. and you want to waltz off to the pub like nothing's happened, at least go in a group, man. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in that last game, but I know you're cheating. All of the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. When I find out what hack you cooked up, you're gonna owe me 50 Nuyen. Either that, or your characters are all going to be wearing bright green line costumes from now on. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from the office vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. Until we can get maintenance to inspect the valve, you can access the security control for Vent 3 via the Matrix. The blocker IC code is Cortex FIRS. Should any other leaks occur, please contact us again. Uptime. Okay, Taylor. If you've gotten 8 people and a bodyguard together for a pint or two after our meeting, I'm game. Sorry about being so testy earlier. I just don't relish the idea of being beaten to a bloody pulp by some trog with an interest in my research. Project records. Power outputs. Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture and emissions array for the MP Laser 3, and it's definitely possible to get down to a handheld size, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the core concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to a pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'll be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem, and one the boys over in Material Science have been dragging on their feet on. I've been checking into using some of the new dual-phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Director Hui, asking if we could get some help from Ares Arms Europe. The Firelance research team's made a great deal of headway using staged graphene capacitors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them. Security briefing. That's the one we already read. Wait. Read that. Several hours later, read that. An employee read that. There's a note attached. Dr. Hardingham, it's our belief that the troll we recorded is interested in the research you and Dr. Taylor are undertaking. As such, we'll be providing extra security for your off-site team building exercise. Please be extremely careful when not within the facility. Your research in person are under threat at the moment. Things proceed apace, assuming a standard medium drone like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models. The drone provides sufficient power to enable the prototype effectively unlimited bursts, though there's a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means that the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drone sizes, the output is more restricted but still valuable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does, unfortunately, reduce the drone's loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes, more than enough for a sustained engagement, but something we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase efficiency in these cases by including a supercooling medium, liquid nitrogen or the like, to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked out for the Sentinel P series berths. Right. That was that, and that. I'm guessing I still can't open this. I cannot. And there were no other rooms. I think that's where it came from. I don't think that opens. So let's do a little save. A little savey poo. Then we'll close this. Close the shutters. Why did I run inside? That was bizarre. And that means I can come over here. Wonderful. Holy shit, what was that? The stillness of the Ares laboratory is suddenly rent by the unmistakable sound of an explosion. The floor trembles beneath your feet and dust falls from the ceiling tiles. As the echoes of the blast recede around you, the distinctive smell of atomized concrete and scorched carpeting wafts in through the vents. I'm seeing a lot of radio traffic. Whatever that blast was, Ares wasn't expecting it. I think we're about to run face first into another runner team, Wolf. Look on the bright side, Clanky. Maybe they won't be those shoot first and loot the corpses kind of teams. Maybe we'll only have to fight all of the knight-errant goons they've dragged along with them. I have found that planning for the best possible outcome generally leads only to disappointment and trips to the hospital. With an explosion like that, our window just got a lot shorter. That explosion actually made me jump. I expect the window may now be closed, and we'll have to break a hole in the proverbial wall in order to get out. We should get to it. The combatants in the next room are quite obviously Shadowrunners. Their gear is mismatched and they wear no uniform, and the mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. Right, let's do another little savey poo, I guess. What was my retrieve the prototype, retrieve the auto repair, find a key for the safe. The other Shadowrunners huddle up. Their voices are loud enough that you can hear them even through the glass. They don't seem to have noticed you yet. Christ on a crutch, that was nasty. Jarl, is that the last of them? Looks like it, Bull. My C-12 wrecked the stairwell, so we're safe from backup via that route. Dizzy, how you doing? Remind me again why we went to the executive level before getting to the lab. I'm all for a brawl, but pulling 4 knight-errant adepts off of Opti isn't my idea of a party. You, sir, need to practice your martial skills. We need to get up there, Dizzy. Without the key cards to get into the lab, we're as good as dead. Bull could have hacked the door, but his deck got slagged after you threw that rigger into him and broke his concentration. Continue listening. Okay. We'll have plenty of time to place blame. We'll have plenty of blame to place later. Right now, we have to get the hell out of here, nab the prototype, and clear out before they get more soldiers down to this level. We've got a job to do, people, so let's get cracking. Hey, Bull. Looks like we've got some company in the lab. Son of a bitch. Guess you guys got here first. Tell you what, we'll come in there and we can talk this over. Hey, would you mind letting us in? I'd rather not be trapped in here when Knight Errant arrives. What do we do? Do you reckon they'll be reasonable? And I'll be like, yeah, I'll help you escape, but we're taking the prototype. That is one of the things we want, right? The prototype, yeah. Yeah, not unless you tell me what you're doing here. Probably the same thing as you. That lab has a laser prototype, yeah? That's just what we're here for. Looks like you got to it first. Do you think we could have this conversation inside? In a minute, bird boy. How hot on your ass is Knight Errant anyway? It sucks that you're trapped out there, but I don't want guards crawling all over us either. Given the shitstorm we set off by going to the executive penthouse first, we probably have a few minutes. They'll be too busy trying to figure out what we were doing up there. Hardingham and Taylor's apartments are pretty trashed, so they'll have to figure out that we're really after before they can respond again. Why were you up in the executive penthouses? I'd gotten some intel that Hardingham and Taylor would be out tonight, but they had a secure safe down here. We figured that would be where they kept the prototype, and the key would also work on the lab door. If wishes were fishes, looks like we made the wrong move heading up there first. I know Taylor and Hardingham. That key is almost certainly for the private safe where they're keeping the auto repair circuitry. We need to let these runners in so that I can get that key. Okay. I'll let you in. Thanks a lot. We would have been cut apart there. Never let yourself get backed into a corner, you know? Sounds like something went wrong. Bull's deck got slagged by some sparky IC. We got surprised by a rigger coming out of a hallway. I did a hip throw on him, but his body hit the jack point Bull was using. Some kind of surge hit. The system went to red alert. Before we knew it, Knight Errant was crawling all over us. Rookie mistake, honestly. If I'd set up a redundant signal filter, I'd have an extra split second when the jack got fritzed. As it was, I tripped some tar baby IC, and before I could get free, the system was lit up like a Christmas tree. Here, catch. This keycard's worthless to me. Thanks. Wait a minute, I recognize you. You're Wolf, right? Your name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong. For what I hear, you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Cheng. Well, damn. I didn't expect you to run in such heavy hitters on a first run out here. How'd you get tangled up in this? We flew in from Seattle for this job. We're planning a few more before we head home. But this isn't exactly the best start to our little vacation. Listen, I hate to bring down the mood, but we need to get the hell out of here. Wait, what about the prototype? We can argue about this here, or we can try and get out of here before we get killed. If it makes you feel better, you hang on to it until we're out of harm's way. That is an acceptable outcome for the moment. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel over to the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all of the rackets, I think we'd probably get shot off the line. Come with us. We're taking the elevator shaft to a collapsed MTR station. I didn't even know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here. We'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way. We're right behind you. Suddenly, there is the blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead as an accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound, rather like a tire deflating. And with that sound comes an acrid odor. They're gassing us. Look over there. It's coming out of that vent. If my deck wasn't fried, I'd be able to jack in and stop it. I hope you brought a deck or some drones. If you haven't, we've got to get out of here fast. I do. Ractor. Crochet. Get over here. I will do that on myself and then pick up this. That's the prototype. What were my optionals? Shut off the gas. Is the enemy doing anything? Okay, fun. Hello. Got a fireball with your name on, innit? And now I've got... Will this drone die if he dies, I wonder? Yes, nice. There's another vent there. You, my darling, are going to have to make a little move. So we've got an enforcer and a captain. You could get in and just take some of the heat, maybe. They're just like Overwatch over here. Gobbit, you can start running. That guy knows his shit. What the fuck is he doing? Ow. Ow. You are in the open. You're in the open and flanked. Fuck you. Let's get you in here to finish the job. What are you? An enforcer and a captain. Let's continue to finish the job. Attaboy. Rector, you continue to move down. You need to heal. Oh, he's only got one wound now. Probably not much point healing, is there? Is there? Come on, your job's just to run. Who was that? Right, into the vent, boy. I'm going to use my pistol. Gaichu, where are we going? Go on then. Rector, you can very, very slowly continue to work your way along. You still only heal, yeah. Feel like that means we're out of combat. I just don't know though. Give yourself some more haste just in case. In fact, you give him haste. Oh no, I don't think I can. No! Crochet! That's a shame. Is there enemies? There is an enemy. Fuck. And I don't think I'm gonna see him from here. I'm gonna have to come around. Okay. It's alright, you just get down here and start hitting people. Your job, robot boy, is as always to keep moving. You guys have done close to fuck all so far. Good. Right. You, my boy. Get out of there. So that you, my boy, fireball. Now you, my boy, can actually run back in and start chopping again. We got guard. Adept. I hit the wrong person. But never mind. I mean, I'm guessing it's in here. Ah, yes. And then, Gobbet, if you would be so kind as to heal up our friend Gaichu. Oh, nice. Well done. Oh, he's not happy, is he? He's not happy at all. No, I said lightning, not shoot him. Perfect. Right. In you go, my boy. That seems to be the last of the security forces. I can't hear anyone else on this floor. We should hurry. It won't be long before backup arrives. Nibbles. You're like some kind of crazy bat or something. I bet I could reach into my pocket, throw everything in it onto the floor, and you'd be able to tell me how many bits and bobs were there, right? Nibbles. Oh, I get it. No, probably not, but I could tell you where they were at least. Counting is difficult, especially when it's very likely you would throw a handful of dried shrimp. True that. Right, what's our objectives? The last one is just retrieve the auto repair unit, which is here. Swiping the key card, the safe beeps, green flash. As the door swings open, the contents are revealed. A stack of chips and a plexiglass tube containing a tangle of drone parts. You scoop up the goods. Right, is that everything now? Now it's just escape. Yeah. And escape is over here. This army that I've got with me. Rounds until the doors open. The elevator refuses to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, elevator in transit. Doors will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. Looks like you won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. We are clustered up. Way too much for a grenade. Right, everyone, get prepared. They really don't know what they're doing, do they? Oh, hello. See how fast he ran, Christ. Hey, guess what? Oh, 37%. We give it a go. Nice. Good shot. Who did we get? A guard, a mage, and an enforcer. Medium, light, medium. Gaichu. Maybe you can continue doing that. You do that, which means you should have a better chance at hitting shit, right? Well missed. Good shots. Wait, seriously? We can just escape now? Right, come on boys. We need to get out of here. Just shoot your pistol at this guy. And miss, of course. Nice. Let's go, everyone. The pungent smells of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated knight-errant security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you, there's only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, you're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. You exit the service elevator and step into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before Knight-Errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mould and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments, evidence of MTR trains passing by. That was closer than I'd have liked. Oh. Chalk that up on things I don't want to do again. Get gassed while trying to escape from Knight-Errant. Ah, buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. Swear to God, I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun just won't cut it against Knight-Errant. Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So what now? We just march through the basement into the central MTR station? One step at a time. Knight-Errant will definitely follow us down here. Before we head off into the unknown, what are we going to do about the prototype? You need it for your job, I need it for mine. You aren't the only one who needs it. We have a job to finish just like you do. It's unfortunate that we can't both get what we want, but that's how life is some days. You suck it up and move on. Come on, you're well established. You've got a network of contacts. The runner community knows how reliable you are. I'm a little fish in a big pond here. I blow this job, I may not be able to get work in Hong Kong again. Hell, you don't even need the prototype. Just the damn GPS unit on it. I don't like it either. Maybe we can work something out. Thanks, I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. We both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS, and nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You call it in, I'll help you out. Or get friends who can, if I'm tied up. Sounds like a deal. Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal, at least not on my end. So what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get to the MTR station? No sense dividing our forces. Feel free to come. Sounds good to me. Lead the way. There's no loot around here, at least. Look at this army I've got with me. Christ, I love it. I love it! What's going on in here, then? A piercing howl cuts through the silence of the empty station. It's distant, but probably won't be for long. Better move, and move quickly. Guard dogs. They are headed our way, undoubtedly tracking us by scent. We need to keep moving, or they'll be on us very quickly. Warning, no entry condemned. Can we open this door? Yes, we can. I will take it. Control panel seems to connect the backup generators powering the disused section of the old central MTR station. The readouts indicate the backup batteries have sufficient power to keep the lights on. But the remainder of the power is devoted to operating secondary doors. If you could turn this off, you could prevent Knight-Errant bosses from getting in except for the way you came. Yes. With a whine, the generators spin down and the lights go dim. Awesome. Hey, what happened to the lights? Those jokers in Central promised we'd have power down here. Beats me, this place is falling apart. I won't be surprised if the wiring was home to a pack of devil rats. The sooner this day's over, the better. Wait, can I just leave this way? Oops, hello. Oh wait, can I do this? And then fireball. Wait, are these... Yeah, they are knight errant. I was like, oh, yeah, maybe I should have checked. Right, where can you get to? Might be risky running him straight in. Can you get your drone out? And then can you increase his accuracy? And then can you do a little shooty poos on them, please? Nice. $11 damage? Ow. Give yourself that. You can heal our buddy boy over there. And also give... I don't know, yourself more accuracy, fuck it. What do you mean not enough AP? I've got 1 AP. Oh, are they too far away? You little bastards. Even with everything. Oh no, this still game. Well shot. Good lad. Hey. You just run in range, you fool. That was rather foolish, I'm afraid. Just like the way out. Send the robot out. I don't know if we could just stop combat mode actually, but I'm guessing not. So out we go. Oh god, what now? Let's do a save. Hello, Captain Fancy Pants. As you move through the MTR station, several figures move to interrupt your advance. The leader is obvious, a hulking brute of a troll. He cradles a heavy assault rifle in the crook of his cyber arm and reeks of stealth cigarettes and casual brutality. The name Steeltooth is stenciled across the flak vest beneath his jacket. His eyes narrow as you approach. That's far enough for you, punk. My crew's had a long night. Knows little raw, you know, and crunching somebody's face always brightens my mood. Let me speak in small words so you don't misunderstand. Give us the prototype laser or we're going to kill you so hard your ancestors feel it. Can we talk about this? We should talk about this. Can we be friends? Listen to yourself. It's embarrassing, you whining little baby. Listen, we're all super impressed by the size of your gun, really. But we're not really inclined to give you anything to a dumb thug like you. Adults are talking, little girl. Once they're done, maybe you'll be able to run along home and play with your dollies. Until then, shut the hell up. Right, cigarette's done, which means your time's up. Hand over the prototype, now. You must be that genius Ares caught breaking in, twice, in one night. What are you talking about? Don't be stupid. The troll's shifting stance and wary eyes indicate depths of his ability to lie. You came to the front door first, and then you came back dressed as a janitor. Hey, shut up, okay? Just shut up. I was doing legwork, and the suits weren't telling me nothing, so I had to get in and root around a bit, you know? You want to keep your arms, you don't tell anybody about that. I'm not giving you a damn thing. Oh, I see. You want to be a hard case, is that right? Fine. Light him up. Yeah, go neutral, boys. I am very happy with a miss. Right, you do that. You get yourself on there. You have one shot. Make it a good one. You've got light cover. You're flanked. Light cover. Wounded. Right, what do you think? I think you shouldn't have messed with me. Oh, what does that do? Quickness and strength increases its AP. Oh, I could do that and give him an extra AP. And then you can shoot a bullet at this guy as well. No, he can't. But he could move. Look, line of sight blocked. Are you serious? Why would he do that to me? The MTR train awaits, with it the promise of safety and freedom from any more unforeseen complications. Thanks for all the help tonight. Don't know if I'd been able to get out without you there. The world's better off with people like you in it. What will you do now? The usual. Make a handoff, get paid, probably take a few more jobs out here. Got a lot of debts to pay off, you know. Nothing's free in this life. You keep safe out there, okay? We all got to stick together. If we don't, we end up with bullets in our backs. Take care, y'all. Marvellous. The MTR train pulls away from the station. You become lost in the crowd, just another face travelling from Central towards Kowloon. Every second puts blessed distance between you and the hornet's nest of knight-errant soldiers you left in your wake. With the data planted and GPS module in your possession, it seems certain that Ares Asia will place the blame for your run at the doorstep of the Red Dragon Association. The loss of the prototype laser is unfortunate, but allies are often more valuable than gear, especially in the shadows. With any luck, they'll be able to pay you back soon enough. I wonder if they will pay me back, or if it's just like I'm a nice guy, I gave you a laser, hooray. Right, should we do a round? Another round of talking, please. That's what we like to do, innit? Start with these guys. Freddy Cafe is showing off some fresh ink to everyone who passes by. Not bad, right? Someone told me that only real sailors get tats like these. I figure it's appropriate either way, seeing as how my meat hooks hit like a pair of anchors. Sailors also eat lots of spinach. You're getting cute with me, Wolf, because, you know, I've been letting you strut about with your arms on account of respect for what you do. Don't go making me rethink that. Because someday soon, this guy here is going to be part of a crew you wouldn't want to tangle with. We'll make you walk the plank or something. Are you serious about joining a pirate crew? Hell yeah, not just any pirates. The most exclusive group out there on the water, the Hell Thunder crew. I heard about them last week. They only take orcs and trolls like me. Tough bastards too, meant to be feared. It's the perfect operation for me to join, and I'm sure they'll take me, especially when they learn who my father is. I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired by him in the first place. Not many troll pirates back in my bar's day. Do you get the feeling this is all building up to something like his father was just like a fisherman or something and wasn't a pirate at all and had no respect, and it's just like stories he's made up? In fact, I bet they make me first mate or something just for being his blood. Have you talked to your father about all this? No, I want it to be a surprise. Don't want him feeling like he forced me into the family business, by which I mean piracy, not this fluff we've got going on here. It doesn't take a genius to see that my bar has no love for the club. I'm a little afraid he might be jealous when I tell him I'll be shipping out. I know he misses it, the adventure, the thrills. I can picture it all, unfurling the black sails, running up the Skull and Crossbones, chasing down a fleeing ship and then swinging across to plunder her hold. Yeah, I know it's not like that. These days it's speedboats with machine guns climbing up rope ladders in heavy seas, and shipjacking. But hey, that's what I'm cut out for. I've got a heart for the sea, but I'm not afraid of hardships and hard work and fights. I don't work out just to look good for bounce drunk smugglers. Leave you be. You return to us again, Wolf. Everything alright, Henry? It's nothing. I just haven't been sleeping very well. Bad dreams? As a matter of fact, yes, and to call them bad dreams would be putting it mildly. I don't remember much, and I'm thankful for that, but what I do remember, it was a woman's voice, properly Ermine's, telling me that I'm not wanted or needed. She urged me to leave by whatever means necessary. I think she wanted me to kill myself. And my boys were there too, only they were young again, but they didn't talk to me. They just snapped at me, trying to bite me. And their teeth. They had far too many teeth, rows upon rows of them, like shark teeth. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my whole life. Is everything alright with Callum and Freddy? I don't know. Every time I try to be a father to them, I feel more and more like I'm anything but. I suppose it's because they're not my little boys anymore. They're grown men now. Wish it weren't the case. They were so much easier to handle, and maybe easier to love back when they were just boys. when their dreams were just silly nonsense, but all the more endearing because of it. Now, as men, their ambitions frighten me. I worry, but haven't the first clue what to do about it. I'd talk to them, but I don't think Callum respects me anymore, and Freddy's in his own little world. Can you believe he's convinced I was a pirate? Henry lets out a sad laugh and shakes his head. Did you ever have any run-ins with pirates? Back in my day, there weren't many true pirates in the waters around here. The bigger ships were too well defended, and the smaller ones were mostly not worth the effort. But as time went on, more and more money poured into Hong Kong. That money attracted more sophisticated criminals, rigged vessels, some of them formerly military, firepower, electronic warfare, trained men. I was mostly lucky. Wu Xing was careful with its ships. They gave a lot of ships escorts in and out of port, in the stretches where pirates were most likely to strike. Anytime we had big assets in tow, they'd send an escort or an air squadron to cover us. We had some light guns on the tugboat, and that was enough. Pirates saw us for what we were, a trouble magnet with nothing worth stealing. There was only one incident, but we won't be talking about that. There are other things I don't want my wife and boys to know about this world or me. Okay. What do you want? You don't look so good. You should see the other guy. Not a scratch on her, of course. Might be easier if she just hit me, but the fight's with words, infusing them with guilt and fear and deceit. She gets in your head. It's no wonder I had such twisted dreams. Problem with your mother? Asking that is like asking for my life story, but the short version is that my parents have been actively working against me since I was old enough to think for myself. But this time it goes beyond discouragement. It's a new low. No other word for it but sabotage. Whoever my would-be patron is, he works for Baihu, some corp my mother used to work for. Not sure why she quit, but it must have been an ugly break for her to be acting this way. To think she'd be so spiteful that she'd deny her own son a future because of it. Anyway, thought she just wanted me home, working as a wage slave in her own house. Turns out, the bitch just can't stand the thought of me succeeding where she failed. Dream? Messed up dreams. Same one actually, over and over. I'm lying on a long dining table, like you'd find in a rich man's home. Real wood, polished and set with all the finery. But there I am, right in the middle of it all, like the main course. I hear whispers all around me, women's voices, then one of them approaches and I see that it's my mother. She doesn't even look me in the eye, she just sees me like an object, some kind of thing, and then she cuts into me. I don't feel any pain, I suppose I'm dead, but I scream anyway. I scream because of the look on her face when she starts to eat the hunk of me she carved off. Her teeth are terrifying. Then another woman approaches and it's my mother again. They all are. And they all start devouring me bit by bit until there's nothing left. Okay, bye. I love how abruptly you end these conversations. Cool story, bro. Bye. Something I can help you with, friend. Nice ink you got there. It's not ink, not really, it's a spell. Magical tattoo, the kind of thing you tend to pick up in the business. What business? What the hell do you think, man? Look at you. We're obviously working the same angle here in Huey. The name's Brent Shirkley. Shirky. I'm a mage, one of the best in this hemisphere, in fact. It's an awfully plain name. The name's not attached to any sin, so what does it matter? What's your speciality as a mage? What kind of bullshit question is that? You interviewing me for a job renting tuxedos or something? Magic is about power. You can dress it up however you like, but that's the core of what it is. I've met a lot of magicians that talk about being spiritually in tune with the universe or reaching a higher state of enlightenment. It's all crap. You focus your will to enact a change on the universe. The stronger your will, the bigger the change. Calling it anything else is just window dressing. That's why I bring the big guns. Fire, lightning, raw force. My will is stronger than steel or Kevlar or stone. A good mage knows exactly how far they can push themselves, and they ride their limits. It's not the blessing of a totem or idol, but their own skill at knowing their limits, just like an athlete. I agree. Exactly. Religion's a way of explaining the universe in a way the faithful understand. Magic is about speaking to the universe in words it can't ignore. If higher powers were required to work magic, then I'd be as out of luck as the local stuffer, shack clerk. Why don't you use a street name? When I started running, I was too young to know better. By the time it mattered, I was too good for anyone to do anything about it. Since I'm sinless, it's not like any of the megas can attach meaningful information to the name. It's just as meaningless as any street name in terms of tracking me. Besides, street names have always struck me as a little ridiculous. You're going to call yourself something that sounds like a teenage Matrix handle, and that shows you're serious? Please. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror if I called myself something like Blackheart, Silverhand, Adderale. It's just ridiculous. Brent Shirky is a name that's mine. I've owned it my whole life. Why change that now? What's it with the magical tattoo? Oh, this? Got it done in Yokohama a few years back. An old crewmate's brother is a tattoo artist out there, specialising in quickening spells. You put this kind of ink in, it's like getting a spell cast on you for good. A ward will knock it down just like normal, but you never have to recast a spell, it just slowly regenerates. A nice alternative to cyberware. Sounds like a pretty great deal. Oh, it is, but here's the catch. There's a constant astral link to you, no matter where you are. So if you piss off the artist, they can put a sending on you, long-range magical artillery. Takes a little bit to catch up with you, but it'll just explode on the spot. That's how the Triads keep members from breaking their oaths. You can only get this kind of work done if you really trust the artist. Okay. Ermine Cafe leans and oils the disassembled parts of half a dozen assault rifles. I knew it. I just knew it. Everything alright? She looks startled by the interruption. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Doesn't seem like that. It's about Callum and the man she's been in contact with. I know who he is now, and it's not right. Who is he? Someone I once worked with at Baihu, a superior. He was a powerful man then, and that was over 20 years ago. He's grown even more powerful since, I have no doubt. If he isn't running the Hong Kong branch by now, it won't be long before he is, if that's what he wants, and this is the man who gets what he wants. If he wants Callum, I think I'm going to lose my son. Is Callum alright? For the moment, yes, but I don't know how I can possibly keep him safe. I can't tell him why, but I have to make him understand that he cannot see this person ever. But the closer I try and hold on to him, the quicker my boy seems to slip away. I fear I'm driving him straight into the arms of this man. Whatever happens after, it would be my fault. All my faults. Okay. Can we talk to Callum about this? Apparently not. Right, let's get up here. Got to do the rounds, you know. Oh there, Wolf. Come to find a blade or maybe some ginseng and peony root? How did you know my name? I never told you. You think all I do... What a stupid question. We've literally just been on a run where everyone's going about how, oh my god, you're the big hitter in Hyoi. Everyone knows about you. You think all I do is sit on this boat and wait for you to show up? Come on, you're Kindly Cheng's pet Shadowrunner. Your name's all over Hyoi, right? You stand out, man. That's a good thing. It means you're becoming somebody, not staying one of the forgettables. So what do you need? What's with the sword? This little thing? This is a masterpiece, crafted by my own hands, as a gift for White Ming. He's being elevated to a red pole. 120 centimeters in length, 3.5 centimeters width at the base, tapering to 2.75 before the tip. Half a centimeter in thickness, with a twining dragon motif along the fuller. And it lights on fire when the appointed owner holds it. Very nice indeed. Nice as a bouquet of orchids. Nice as a fine meal after a hard day. Nice is pleasant weather when you relax on your boat. This isn't nice, this is a masterpiece. Few red poles in any triad can claim a weapon as fine as this, and none of them are masters of Wudang's sword like White Ming. His skills with the Zhan are peerless in Hong Kong, and any who face him in combat will know when he draws his sword, that they have no chance against him. Nice indeed. Fair. What goes into making a sword like this? Time, patience, good steel stock to be certain, a fair amount of alchemical materials like orichalcum, crystals, etc. The real key is human bone. The old Chinese masters would throw in human bones when folding the steel. The phosphorus does something or other to the carbon and iron, and I can't really explain it because I'm not a metallurgist. I just do what I learned on the mountains. But it works, believe me. It gives the blade a soul. It's not so much the edge that cuts, but that soul. It's why weapon foci go through spirits like a knife through butter. Okay, bye. Right. Hi, buddy. These dreams are getting out of hand, Wolf. You got them too, right? I normally wake up more tired than when I fell asleep, but this is nuts. After you got smashed up, how did you become a street dog? You want to keep going with this, Wolf, alright? After that ambush, things were desperate for a long time. We had to borrow a lot of money. Karen had blown ears and a brain injury, but I was chunks of raw meat. I was so bad I was almost euthanized. Shit, I wanted to be put down. Then we turned the tide. How? No. Before you continue, why didn't they euthanize you? Because of Karen. She raised holy hell about it. She was trans-Catholic, and they're dead set against suicide. To them it's the worst sin. See, they think we're all incarnate to do our life's karmic work, no matter how shitty that work is. All of the beings in the universe rely on us to finish it, so we must see our lives through. Personally, I don't buy it. I just can't believe the universe is that cruel. Karen was a walking contradiction. She had high aspirations, but she was terrible at all that thou shalt not kill or steal or throw people off subway platforms stuff. She was like, Ambrose, if you smoke yourself, I will hunt you down in your next life and gut you. I felt I owed it to her to live. That was the first time I ever felt like I owed anything to anyone. And then, what she did to me, unfucking believable. What did Karen do? That's a raw nerve, Wolf. Karen betrayed me. I don't want to talk about it. How did you pay all the money back? I'm getting to that. Short answer is, I'm still paying it back, but I'm gaining ground. Tell you what though, it's not the money that's hard, it's the favours. I owe kindly so many favours, I'll probably never pay them all off. This clinic lets me do a lot of things I like, but also, I have to do some things I don't like at all. Don't ask about that, I can't tell you. Okay, continue. Karen still had her haul bag from the job. I guess it was mostly full of incomplete research data. Useless. However, it also had this crazy score, a draft medico-surgical no-soft skill-wire program. Well, at first we thought it was a crazy score, then we realised it was a paperweight. This wasn't some dock in a box, it was Sigma grade, really high-end, and it was supposed to run through an expert robotics system, not a person. It was also unsellable, very, very, very rare and traceable. But then, I figured out how to run it through my cyber. How can you run a Sigma grade Skillsoft? Cortex bridges can't handle those reactive exchange rates. I use 3 external servers to hold it, over at my workstation. I run hard lines from the servers through 2 jacks, one to my Cortex, one to my tactical computer. My other 2 jacks I specially installed, one plugs into my encephalon, which has been repurposed. The 4th jack connects my headwear to external memory in my wheelchair. My encephalon handles algorithmic load, while my tactical computer acts as an enteric processor and titrates between my no-soft, skillwire, brain and control rig. The whole mashup takes 5 custom programs, all one-point built. From there, smooth sailing. I'm not just Ambrose, I'm the chair, the servers, the machinery. I am Chrome Alley, and that's why my remaining essence is just a precious sliver. Where was I? Oh yeah. So I figured out how to run the program. I said, Karen, this is our golden ticket. We're going to make a killing. We borrowed more money, and I got Kindly and the Cafe tribe to sponsor us, set up Chrome Alley, the rest is history. Maybe it's not a killing, but it turned out to be a pretty good life. You absconded with a high-grade program. The corp that you hit may not forget that. Hey, I worry about a lot of people coming after me. Nobody ever really gets out of the shadows, but my trail's cold. I've had this thing for 5 years now. Ripshot's dead. 10-Armed Ambrose lives here now. Let's talk about Reliable Matthew. What about Matty? Why are you giving him BTLs? Why am I giving him BTLs? So he doesn't have to get cheap shit that's going to fry his brain from a street dealer, that's why. Those cool blues are pharmaceutical grade. Their tracks run clean and clear as live opera. Patient confidentiality, I've already said too much. He's medicated, God knows he deserves it. You shouldn't give him BTLs. Well, look, he's all high and mighty on their moral horse. Shooting things, blowing people up, lecturing on the dangers of BTL use. Don't even, Wolf. Don't even. Sounds like he's in a bad situation with his suppliers. Matty is always in a bad situation with his suppliers. He's a terrible businessman, and used drone selling, that's a brutal business. You always have a lot more metal on the lots than you can afford, and the commissions are a pittance. Matty doesn't want help to do something else, though. He wants to haul up with his little drone buddies and be left alone. There ain't nothing wrong with that. What's his deal? He's a shy, sensitive guy who's had a rough life. Now he's got a shit job, selling people the thing they love to hate. That poor guy, he wouldn't harm a fly, but if there's someone who should have failure to adapt tattooed on their forehead, it's Matty. I commend you thinking about him, Wolf, I really do. A lot of cases like Matty come through my door and I feel for them. If I didn't have this gig, I might be right there with him. But by the grace of Chrome and Booty, go I. To Reliable Matthew, hold true, little buddy. There's a rest for you at the end of the tunnel. To Reliable Matthew. May he hang in there. Alright, let's talk about something else. Bye-bye. Maybe I should have given him the drugs after all. I just don't know anymore. Maximum Law, you got anything for me? Yo, T0, gotta go, man. This is the cat I was telling you about. Wolf, what's going on, man? What have you been up to? My notoriety precedes me, I see. Hey, that's what you get for being vicious. So what can I hook you up with today? Got some metadata for you. The Red Dragon Association just got framed for industrial espionage at Ares Asia. Damn, that's cold. How'd that go down? Someone stole a prototype from Ares Asia while planting evidence. Vicious. The buzz in network is that they're getting chewed up right now over Yao Sim Mong. I wonder if Ares is the chewer. Give me some money. Boom. See you later, Law. Hi Matthew, do you want your drugs? Reliable Matthew appears to have gotten his medicine again. Well, well, look who's here. How may I help you, beautiful? Let's just get our business over with. Do you think he doesn't like me because I didn't give him his drugs? Bye, Matthew. What's this? Special. I will take it. Do you guys have anything different to say? Look who's back. You have any bad dreams? This again. Hell of a lot worse. Anything would be great. Alright, but afterwards... Can't make any promises. I'll hold you to it all the same. Dreams become darker, violent. Imagery. Nothing more to add. Do I have something on my face? What's wrong with you, Shu? You better not be having a stroke. Something about getting closer. Understood, take care. Quick run in here. Hello, mysterious elf. Are you Alucard, or whatever you were called? Oh, we can level everyone up. Gobbert's poison fog's upgraded to acidic fog, doing AP damage. I will absolutely take poison fog. You get +2 AP and +2 movement, or repair. Yeah, we'll get that one. You, my buddy, coup de grace is 100 damage, but can only attack stunned targets. Or bite, which is restores HP. Yes. You get a nail grenade or crowd control. That is flashbang +1 or, yeah, lethal force, obviously. You get sabotage or espionage. Marvelous. Right. Crafty Zhu, talk to me. A heavy scent buffets your senses. The scent of pure, unadulterated book. Woody, musky, dusty, the light herbal incense from before seems like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Looking around, you see the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organising texts. Several of the tower of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper caught somehow in a ceiling rafter rustles gently above you. Hello? You hear a shuffling of papers. Oh, hey. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading, or rather, up every night reading. You look dog-tired. Feeling alright? I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard, not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. Why don't you take a break? No way. I've dug myself in too deep to come back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, Wolf, I'll make up for it in spades and naps. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice, but don't worry. It's not a total slug. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. What's the latest? The latest? She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off of it. As she digs through them, you realise the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Here we go. This one's loaded. With what? Got a couple of big finds. Mum's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down into the most important information. An exorcism and the Yama Kings. Where do you want to start? The exorcism. On one of Mum's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mum wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt that it was a place of concentrated ki. I know someone who's mentioned that same arch. She's from the walled city. I'd believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seemed to me like most people in the walled city would have at least heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? I can boil it down to creepy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote, it was seriously bad. Go on. The key wasn't like your standard run-of-the-mill energy. Even for the walled city, this key was exceptionally dark, and it all seemed to gravitate towards the arch. So she did what any kook of her magic brand would try, a Taoist exorcism. How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. My mother had entered the city strong, confident and capable, but when she left that day... It's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she'd witnessed something, and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder the people who lived there experienced such terrible dreams. Tell me about the Yama Kings. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yama Kings? Only what I've heard here and there. Personally, I'd only heard of the Yama Kings in fables and myths, things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent, and here, we found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slums, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. What were they like? There were 3 that Mum knew of, Lam Vai, Fu Mang, and Quan Ya. Each Yama King is associated with the negative energy on which they feed. Lam Vai feeds from cowards, Fu Mang from the guilty, and Quan Ya slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but I could only make out bits and parts. There's a list, something here about rules, maybe laws of some sort. The thing that stood out to me is here. It's about the proprietary surroundings, ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations, luncheons? No, the last part can't be right. Anyway, it says the Yama Kings, under rules or laws, must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but... No, sorry, can't read anything past that. You know, it's strange to me that Mum found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real or connected to the curse that she believed in. It's not the best lead, and I think it's a step in... but I think it's a step in the right direction. Okay, was that everything? Could you send me a copy of the notes? Already a step ahead of you. I finished digitally transcribing the information. I'll send it your way. Since I can find my terminal. Thanks, Crafty. You're welcome. Oh wait, can I buy stuff, actually? Do you have anything worth buying? Not really. Nope. I was just browsing, thanks, Crafty. Who are you, strange, mysterious elf man? This austere, refined-looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of telesma herbs and crystals. Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one. Pretty good so far, you? I have definitely had worse nights, without a doubt, as I suspect have many who live here in Hoi. One need only look to the walled city to see how far into misery and squalor one can fall. My name is Agenon Halfdream, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You don't sound like a local. No, I am not, I admit, though I have been to Hong Kong many times in the past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor. I must say, it's being kept in wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat. Where are you originally from? I've been travelling my entire life and rarely stay in one local for long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it is inevitable that they begin to bleed together, though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match. You been in the walled city? No. I have looked around outside and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is overwhelming, and I would prefer not to venture too near such a well of negativity. But those emotions have coloured and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt was worth studying, albeit from afar. Such a waste of human potential, to think of all the ways the world and fate have failed those people. You have interesting eyes, Algernon. Do I? I've never really thought about them. To tell the truth, they allow me to see, and there the relationship ends. Surely there must be many people in Hyoe with interesting eyes. Cybersurgery is so common these days as to be almost routine. Most people's eyes don't glow, Algernon. I suppose that's true, but there are so many inexplicable quirks of genetics in this post-awakening world. Birds that summon lightning, dogs that breathe fire, cats that transform into lions. Glowing eyes seems a small thing taken in comparison to those. Are you a mage or a shaman? What makes you think I am either of them? Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul. Of course, a merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both, or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times, so soon after the dragon have awoken. Too many people try to draw binary divisions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things, there is will, there is power, and there is change. I just love how abruptly that the conversations end in this place. She was like, okay, bye. Right, I think that's everyone. Let's go and see what our crewmates have to say. Oh, hello. You enter the trawler to find your crew gathered together waiting for you. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. What's going on? I've been doing my homework on Josephine Sang and Sang Mechanical Services. Your pacings, that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something alright. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time, something she called the Prosperity Project. Prosperity? That's what Raymond was mumbling about. What's the Prosperity Project? Once upon a time, in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum, something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Wait, I've heard of the story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. Well, that's today's walled city, the second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Sounds familiar? In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for the new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project, a self-contained, low-cost walking neighbourhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own. Something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity, where prosperity begins." The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in the average coffin model, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces and contained goods and services catering to the poor. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. They kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Sang Mechanical Services' fortunes ahead. It eventually put Josephine Sang onto the executive council. That doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It's a very big slum. Apparently, that was also the beginning of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time. Where's Raymond come into all this? Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all, but Edward Sang does. Is Raymond Black actually Edward Sang? You got it. What? No, come on. Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang. Edward was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city, excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. So our secret foster grandmother's trying to kill us. It looks that way, yeah. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive grey water leak that flooded the basement back in 48? What about it? Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control. And Josephine put him in charge of the utilities? No wonder the walled city smells like that. I don't think Raymond had anything to do with the utilities in the walled city. So if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there? I don't know, but Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed in 2031. That's around the time he moved to Seattle, around 7 years before he found us. But what happened in the walled city? And what would make Raymond want to go back in there after all these years? I don't know, but I intend to find out. Let's get on the computer. Let's get on computer. 5 unread messages. Mother's notes. Hey Wolf, here are those notes you asked for, but before you dive in, a heads up. They're a complete transcription of that list from my mother's journal. As in, they're the thoughts and ramblings of an insane woman. They're not easy to read. Another dream. This time it was a near figure, a shadow, a wraith, faceless. I heard its voice, though it did not speak. And when I awoke, I was inside my home, though I had been in the city just moments before. Where am I? A weight dropped into me. I felt the words of the wraith in my skin, and the lips of my hair. I saw its mouth in my mind's eye. Rows and rows and rows of lies. Morning. My hand was to the paper before I even knew what I was writing. I wrote the words, these words. They cannot lie. I added it to my list. Everything. Was it a king I saw? Was I really there? I was in the city, I'm sure of it. Then how did I end up here? Was I carried back? My list is growing. Soon with this knowledge I will stop the kings. A step forward is a step backward. A step backward is a step forward. Each wraith has a name, a true name and a false name. Knowing their true name is knowing their weakness. To call them on their lies is to make yourself invincible. They will still try to eat you. They fear the feathers of unborn chicks. Kings must be one or the other. That is, of the negative world or positive. But positive doesn't necessarily make them good, nor negative make them bad. They simply are. Once a deal is brokered, it cannot be unmade. Kings and the planets are closely connected. When nearest the sun, their power wanes. When farthest, it grows. There is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be two wraiths. But there is most certainly only one wraith. They must follow the laws of the universe, rules set in motion long ago. Should they concede defeat, all is lost to them. Kings are the rulers of all of us. They take from us their lifeblood, and with it parts of our soul. Do not give them what they seek, and you will be their match. They cannot lie. Morning, I made breakfast. It fell on the floor in the shape of my death. Another truth revealed to me. I added it to the list. It's all or nothing. They're all liars. Another dream. It was in white space. I could taste the colour as if it were air. This time no voice, just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows. A mess. I know. There's not a whole lot of significant material other than what I already picked out, but even that is contradicted within Mum's notes. Everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Meantime, I'll keep looking. Good luck on your end. From Bao Zhanjun. We have a problem to solve. It's urgent. Meet me at the Mahjong Parlour. Out of town. I'm not in Hoi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you, one that should prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation, and he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tegath Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancements. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience, stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics or safety. And when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside of bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul. Not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Nalchi, sailing near Hong Kong, on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed and the ship slowed the ship down, so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Loho Joa pirate and smuggler. But don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get. And he'll have you on that ship without incident. Okay. I've let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him down on the end of the pier my parlour is on. He'll handle everything from there on out. Don't tell me I've got an unread message, but not what it is. Walk away. Now read again. Where is it? Where's my unread message? It's lying to me. Payment attached. I confess that I'm very pleased with your work. It's not every runner who could have pulled off a job of this magnitude. Well done. Typhoon stalled offshore. Update on Typhoon Asagi. Infrared images of the storm eye to wall transitions are really quite stunning, by the way. Typhoon Asagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening after passing north of the Philippines. Strong wind and periodic very heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance Sinroki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week, once they are in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path enough time to prepare. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms with assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. You're the best. The J-pop theme on the ammunition belts really takes the over-the-top, Amanita. You really are a special person. Sang Mechanical Services, a rising star. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council's elections? It's almost time for the latest round and the competition's heating up. Up to this point, Tantien CEO Sao Kok Chu looked to be the best pick to replace Josephine Sang of Sang Mechanical Services. Despite Wushang CEO Kent Zhuling's rivalry with Chu, he had support of both Yan Lin Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrand Kleinfurt Bernal. Now though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Sang seemed pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've seen, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Monobi and Eastern Tiger to stay out of their way. In exchange, they let her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tide against Tantien. Screen flickers as a vid plays Josephine Sang. With the finalization permits approved for the Pak Thai Workers Complex here in Dongguan, I promise you that the prosperity of this city can now only increase. This marks an auspicious day. Thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when the project is complete, and low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Sang Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in a global market, that we're only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Sang Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life, a wealthier, happier life? One where your company is also your family and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times. We will give you that life. We will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't Baihu, and believe me, they count Tantien and Wuxing as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that, absent catastrophe, Josephine Sang will be on the Executive Council in the next few days. Why do they count Wuxing as foreign? Tantien, sure, they're headquartered in Beijing, but Wuxing is just as native to Hong Kong as Sang is. Wuxing and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wuxing's made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wuxing is the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Sang took a different tactic. Josephine Sang started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost long-term lease for their facilities in Dongguan. She sweetened the deal by treating them like family rather than adversaries. She's got the meeting out of her hand. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk, hardcore, hardcore light, thrash, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, metal, novo, synth, sino-punk, synth-punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlau bands like Umlau. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it in return. I'm in search of any weird, obscure bands to add to my library. Let me know. Got any cybercore synth metal? As for what might interest you, I own the complete oeuvre of this German punk band Messerkampf. Heard of them? Messerkampf? Haha, they're just so mainstream. They're really big in the JIS. Really? Do they tour? Nah man, don't think so. Those Berlin anarchist bands never survive very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. They're probably aging wage slaves now. No idea that they're wildly popular on the other side of the planet. Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run, picking a very special access card off a wage slave, potential for longer term arrangements. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heist and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. You must not take experimental stims during runs, you must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs, you must have a good sense of humour. Knock knock. You said good sense of humour. It's a joke, see? At this point we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Poor runs with scissors 2056, although by looking at her name, I guess we should have known. So basically, you guys are desperate for a decker. Has anyone else contacted you? Can we wait a little longer? Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rep, you know. Jinxed. As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving our spiritual inevitable destruction. Appended is a recent summary on rising sea levels in Hong Kong. It expresses the issue well in lay terms. Freedom Cowboy. You complained my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 metres of water level rise, varying by location. Geologists cite a combination of Antarctic ice melting, the natural sinking of Hong Kong's artificial fill fronts, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. Future of the city. Geologists predict a continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. Quoting from government geologist Ao Mingjia, with up to 15 metres of subsidence expected over the next half a century, a large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Due to the population and small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting of the walled city will need to continue. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from a canal environment. Engineering studies indicated... I find all this quite boring. I know that it's law, but... ugh. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawalls and on Victoria Harbour's Zhirang Wall. Coastal protections will need to be raised by half a metre per year to counteract the total effect of rising sea levels because of something to do with typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates that something. Climatic models suggest that by 2100, storm surges impinging on Hong Kong shores may exceed 3 metres in height, and wind-driven waves... blah blah blah. So we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years. That's the message. When one does some simple financial modelling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons along with the geological outlook, the actual message is that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have much better long-term financial security, as well as be better able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during their work. It's pretty ironic that your handle shortens to WP, normally associated with white phosphorus. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it chemically immune to water quenching, but I think I'm getting lockjaw from talking so much. But also because of its high adhesion and biotoxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. Anybody get work done by an expat named Deleted? He rigs dockware out of Deleted, but I hear he's better than most autodocs. Post Deleted. Read the rules, everyone. No calling out personal specifics or addresses of potentially active operators. Keep it to handles, generalities, and city sectors. At least 9 corporate bots are crawling the haven as we speak. He's the real deal, yo. He's solid and he's in with us. I'm sick of saying it. Anyone who wants to get Chrome installed by some hack running dockware in a converted restroom deserves the horrible nerve degeneration they'll die from. Those guys you saw up, you'll pay for it. Slottable dockware can't replace a real surgeon. Period. The tech isn't there yet. I've scoped out the doc in question. I'm going to have to rain on your party, Hath. He's basically a family doc who moonlights doing basic cyber. Nice guy, but he's no hitter. Just a big bullshitter. Archaeopteryx, you don't know shit. Chopsticks and a page. The chopsticks are a simple affair, black lacquer, obviously cheap and mass-produced. Whatever reason Gaichu has for keeping them, it isn't their age or quality. Taking a closer look at the chopsticks, it becomes apparent that they have seen some rough use. The lacquer near the tips is chipped and flaking away, revealing the wood beneath. The wood itself is stained a dark brown. Why did you keep these? Oh my goodness, I'd forgotten those were in the box. Tell me, have you ever heard of Tetsuya Nakamura? Is he somebody important? He was a member of the Shiawase's upper management for many years, running most of the Shiawase Envirotech agricultural development. A very bright star in the corporate world. He died in 2052, and those chopsticks are what I killed him with. Chopsticks? Really? They were the closest thing to a weapon I had at hand. Nakamura took his security very seriously and employed several highly augmented bodyguards. It was only through several months of extensive planning that we were able to get near him. When faced with a challenge, one is often forced to improvise with what's at hand. We had studied Nakamura's schedule painstakingly, particularly his twice-monthly trips to Neo-Tokyo. In Osaka, Shiawase's presence would have made any attempt on his life functionally impossible. In Neo-Tokyo, though. In studying his movement patterns, we discovered that he would eat at a particular French restaurant in Ginza every second trip, at precisely 8:30 in the evening. It seemed that he had a secret lover who lived in Roppongi, and he was visiting him during his business trips. Owing to this secrecy, he would give his bodyguards the night off when the two met. The restaurant in question was famous for its molecular gastronomy and the precision of their chefs, not to mention the view from the 38th floor. We managed to secure reservations near Nakamura's usual table, but only for two of us. It was decided that Sasaki and I would be the pair to kill Nakamura. Ishida and Aomori would wait one floor below, and Takagawa would keep watch from a nearby skyscraper. We carried small but highly powered pistols, as well as tactical knives. We expected it to be easy. Sounds like a good plan. It was, but no plan survives first contact with the enemy. As I rose to draw my pistol on Nakamura, his lover somehow knew what was happening. He shrieked bloody murder and burst into flames. We discovered after the fact that he was a very powerful mage, but we hadn't discovered this in our surveillance. Somehow, he managed to throw a barrier over the two of them that deflected my bullets. When I pulled my knife, it had turned red hot. I was forced to drop it. Sasaki engaged him in a contest of wills. I'm not sure how that kind of magic works, but could not shatter his barrier. She was too busy dodging the lightning bolts he was throwing, and since the flames had set off the fire system, well, it was not easy. Nakamura broke and ran, and I pursued him. He had a small holdout pistol, a PB-120 or something similar, and I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, those chopsticks. I slid them up into his brainstem, through the trachea. He died without making a sound, not that I would have been able to hear it over the sound of Aomori's machine gun rattling away one floor below. Apparently the bodyguards were not truly given the night off and were still nearby. How did you get out? With the windows blown out, we fast roped down the side of the building and disappeared into the night. It was not the cleanest job, but it was very memorable. I still remember the smell of ozone and bechamel mixing with the cordite and veuve. The page is old, and the highly stylized calligraphy is handwritten. This page seems to be missing a book, Gaichu. Yes, but that page is all that I wanted from the book. I look out from the cloudless mountain at the moonlight on the sea, its islands so many rents in a sheet of ice. The poet Saigyo, he was a master of conveying a sense of solitude and emptiness, and I have always found that poem to echo what I feel inside. Are you the mountains or the islands? So often it feels as though I am contained within a ball of ice, floating through the voids of this life, cold and solitary. The moments I can share with those who have truly mattered to me chip through the frost and let me scream out that I am not alone. In the darkness, Gaiju is hunched over a pile of keepsakes. He's unpacked most of his box, and the contents are lying strewn about. Please mind your step, Wolf. I fear I've made quite a mess, and many of my possessions are quite delicate. I would be rather upset if you were to accidentally crush any under your feet. I apologize for the mess. Why have you got this on the floor? I am simply thinking about the chain of events that have brought me to Hong Kong. I've been considering our talk about my former unit and what my plans are with regards to their incessant hunt and need for closure. I began to think that I too need closure. An end not only to the hunt, but our dance around the core issue. One of us must die, that the other might live. As it is, we are locked in stasis. How do you plan to accomplish this? That is the question that I have bent my mind to answering since we last spoke. It is not an easy question to answer. My initial thought was to strike at a secure Renraku holding, something valuable enough to draw the attention of the Red Samurai, and ensure that Renraku reported that a ghoul was involved in the mission. It turns out that was not necessary. I began searching the Shadowlands BBS for any jobs against Renraku holdings here in Hong Kong. It is surprisingly easy to use the Matrix when you can read postings with your fingers. Slower than direct interface, but certainly possible. I also began to offer a reward for information on Red Samurai teams known to be in the city. A modest reward, nothing that would attract too much attention, but enough to get people interested. This bore fruit. A Red Samurai team arrived here a short time ago, smaller than normal size. Sounds like it could be them. It is definitely them. My contact described Ishida and Takagawa perfectly, as well as a new heavy gunner, most likely from another disgraced squad. What's more, he described a woman who looked exactly like Sasaki, but with a scar here on her forehead, precisely where I cut her. I expect you want to catch them off guard. Surprise is the husband of victory. This is an essential law of combat. There is no such thing as a fair fight, only a fight you win or lose. Only a fight you win or lose. I have no intention of allowing them to set the terms of the fights. I found the job and I'm certain I will draw a Red Samurai response. Renraku is moving a prototype drone through Hong Kong, on the way to a research facility in Chiba. It is of a new design, implementing machine learning and pseudo-intelligence. Something that advanced would certainly attract a Red Samurai team, so should someone attempt to steal it. What if another team responds? That would be impossible. Red Samurai are stationed at research facilities, black laboratories, and other high-security areas. Renraku has no such facilities in Hong Kong at the moment, as most of their holdings of that type are in Taiwan. My former unit will be the only ones close enough to respond to the threat. The Johnson for this run is a Renraku scientist escorting the drone. He wishes to leave Renraku's employ, but is unwilling to risk reprisal should he escape on his own. To put it simply, he wishes to make it look like he was killed during a robbery, hence why he wishes the experimental drone stolen. If there's no body, there will be no investigation into his whereabouts. If there's no body, there will be no investigation into his whereabouts. That doesn't make any sense. Surely if there's no body, then they would investigate his whereabouts. Right? So we can kill two birds with one stone? Precisely. I can rid myself of my pursuers, and he can be free of their yoke. While I owe this man no loyalty, I think I understand his sentiment. Besides, we will be receiving payment for the job. Let me ask something. Very well, what would you like to know? How do you know it's not a trap? A fair question, but one with a simple answer. Red Samurai are very risk-averse. Part of our training is to always put our lives on the line in defense of the company. Risking this drone in their quest for vengeance would be unthinkable. I did my own digging. The shipping schedules line up perfectly to place the drone in Hong Kong, and Red Samurai would not have the authority to fake such records unless ordered to by their superiors. As I am the unit's private shame, this would not become a larger corporate matter. There is no profit in killing me for the company, only the unit. How do you know the drone would rate a Red Samurai response? Before I was infected, we escorted and guarded similar projects in the drone division. While I'm unsure whether this one belongs to precisely the same research division, they are close enough to make Red Samurai involvement a certainty in my opinion. Drone research is one of Renraku's main advantages over larger megacorporations. Ares controls military, hardware, Sadakrupp has the heavy industry, but Renraku is the foremost drone development company in the world. No one even comes close. Renraku will deploy Red Samurai to protect that advantage. Rely on it. Are you certain you can take them all on yourself? Well, I was hoping you'd help me, you and the rest of the team. I may be able to kill them all myself, it's possible, but as I said before, I intend to give myself every possible advantage. That includes you, Wu, Gobbet, and the rest of the team. More guns means a higher chance of victory, and that is the proper way to lay a trap. Okay. When do we leave? Just as soon as you are ready. I will message Mr. Johnson and let him know that we're prepared to fake his murder, and to be ready for our arrival. I suggest you prepare as well. The Red Samurai are excellent combatants, not to be taken lightly. Okay. Come on then, Rakta. How pleased are you with my performance? Ah, my friend, you have done an admirable job. An admirable job indeed. I have already incorporated technology that you recovered, my stolen tech, into a new chassis that I'm fabricating for Koshei. You move quick. Yes, well, I've been waiting for this for a long time. The next time we take to the field, you can expect to find Koshei's combat effectiveness considerably improved. He has become truly deathless, just as his namesake was in the legends. When he takes damage, he'll mend himself before your eyes. I would say in action. Nor can I, my friend, nor can I. British shop is curiously silent as you step down into the grated metal. Blah blah blah. Welcome back, my friend. Is there something I can do for you? Quiet night at the shop? Yes, a quiet night. One best suited for contemplation, planning, and visions of the future. Thoughts on the last run? A most wonderful outing. Excellent. I have my research back, my prototypes returned, all thanks to you. Oh, I suppose that I could complain of Taylor and Hardingham's absence. I would have greatly enjoyed commanding Koshei to feed them their own entrails, but this is a small matter. I have my research, and I will catch up with them soon enough. Your choice to give away the laser prototype that we discovered confuses me, though. Why did you bother? We didn't owe that other team anything. We were there first, and we were the ones who found the device. Ah, but it doesn't matter. A small thing, my friend. A trifle. The laser is nothing compared to my research. I am in your debt. Now, what else would you have of me? Get to pick up where we left off? If you like, I must confess I rather enjoyed our talks. It's good to have a sounding board to bounce ideas off. Agreed, our talks have been pleasant in an academic sense. Glad to hear that we're on the same page. I must confess I sometimes forget how to interact with others. I am by nature a solitary creature. It is good to have a kindred spirit, someone with whom I can understand on the team. Koshei does something. So, my friend, you had a question for me. Go ahead and ask. You said that you sometimes forget how to interact with people. An idiosyncrasy of mine, I suppose. When I get lost in my own head, relating to others becomes difficult. It's nothing personal, just a quirk that I occasionally struggle to hide. You're doing a good job of it. You've always been friendly with me. Ah, but when you come down here, we talk about things that are relevant to my interests. That makes it easier. In any case, thank you. Your kindness is appreciated. The last time we talked, you hinted that Koshei being special in some way. Yes, I had figured that you might. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual about Koshei in the time that we've worked together? He seems to react to your moods. It's weird. It's almost like he's more like an animal than he is a drone. Yes, a good observation. Koshei's behavior could be described as animalistic, for a good reason. Okay. The drone lowers itself, its killing leg splayed. Rakta looks to the drone, head cocked, then returns to you. His behavior is not drone-like because he is not a drone, at least not in the way that you understand. He is a prosthesis. Prosthesis? What is he meant to replace? He isn't meant to replace anything, but he does contain a portion of me, as surely as your brain sits within your skull. We are, in a way, a singular entity in two bodies, metal and flesh made one. You might have to explain that. Koschei acts as a home for my primal animal impulses, the id, to use Freud's structural model of the psyche. The analytical portions of my mind, the ego and superego, live in me. They govern the id, and by extension, Koschei's behaviour. When we're on a run and I rig into Koschei, I do not command him to attack. Rather, I loosen my grip on his reins and allow him to kill. He wants to hunt, to dominate, to bathe himself in blood. Reproduction would also be a drive if such a thing were possible. So if you were killed, Koschei would what? Run amok? No, my friend, of course not. Koschei is not capable of storing any part of a human mind. He simply doesn't have the capacity for it. If I were to die, he would fall dormant, the same as any other drone. One day, perhaps, I will perfect him, and a part of me will live on in his chassis after the meat of my body dies. But for now, I'm satisfied to live on through him as a combined entity. Man and machine, joined through a form of neural parabiosis into a single being. A beautiful first step into a post-human future. I guess that if I have to know a mad scientist, I'm glad he's on my side. Well said, my friend, and the feeling's mutual. If I must associate with violent criminals, I suppose that I'm happy to call them friends. Okay, so you've rigged your drone to act as a home to your most destructive impulses. I've got to ask why. As a proof of concept, primarily. There are other advantages, of course. I shouldn't have to explain the value of a combat drone that wants to kill. Tell me why you think we're going to beat the essence limit. You hinted at it before. I could do that. I have already shared quite a lot with you, and you haven't run off screaming. A good sign, I should think. Tell me, Wolf. Are you certain that you want to know? Some secrets are less pleasant than others. You might prefer to leave this stone unturned. I want to know. Very good. There are things that you don't know about me, my friend. Important things. What kind of things? For one, I am not, how to put it, whole. What do you mean? There was an accident when I was young. A shop accident. I barely survived. I am very heavily cybered, my friend. You wouldn't know it because I keep my enhancements hidden. Others have found them disturbing in the past. Disturbing? How so? The enhancements themselves are not the problem. The extent of the damage is that they were meant to correct, however. That is a different matter. Everything below the mid-pelvis is replaced material. That's where I was sheared in half, you see. It's a miracle that I survived the experience. The blood loss alone should have killed me. But here I am, alive and well, greatly improved in point of fact. Hang on, you lost everything below the hips. Yes, a traumatic loss to be sure, but not so terrible as you might think. By every conceivable measure, I have been improved since the time of the accident. I am more than I was before, not less. You lost half your body. How could that not be terrible? The doctors installed stimulus generators in my brain when they repaired me. With these, I can mimic the full range of sensations that the human body is capable of producing. Imagine the ramifications of such a thing. The things you could do, the things you could experience. The implications for operant conditioning alone are staggering. And so yes, I have lost the entire lower half of my body. The full ramifications of such a loss are obvious. But in return, I have gained so much more. At will, I can goad my brain into producing whatever sensation I wish. I can poke at the wiring of my own consciousness. I can reroute that wiring as I see fit. Okay, so you're half machine. What does that have to do with essence limit? Look at me, Wolf. I have a shred of essence left in me, and only barely that, but I suffer none of the ill effects associated with traumatic essence loss. How can that be? A quirk of psychology, long viewed as an illness but never properly understood. What I now understand to be an evolutionary adaptation to a post-human future. We will conquer the essence limit given time. Natural selection will see to it, and I am the proof. Stimulus generators. Wait. How about the last run? Oh yeah, we already talked about that. These stimulus generators that you've been implanted with, how do they work? The technology is rather akin to SimSense, but considerably more powerful and flexible. Most SimSense experiences, those found in BTL chips, for example, are structured around basic narratives that provide their users with context. But if you strip away the veneer of escapist fantasy, what you have left is an extremely powerful toolkit. I've never heard of anything like that on the market, not even in the shadows. I'm not surprised. The Russian technology, government-funded and quite experimental. The project was cancelled shortly after I received my implants. Something about graft and corruption on the administrative level. Yet another example of good science derailed by bad politics. Have you heard of anyone else who's gotten these implants? I know of a handful of other recipients. From what I've heard, the others were all driven quite mad. To be handed control over the inner workings of one's own brain is a tremendous responsibility. Perhaps the others were less well equipped to handle it than I am. Be careful with those things, Rector. The last thing I need is you wigging out on me. I have carried these implants for over 20 years, my friend. I know how to handle myself. You have nothing to fear. So what else have you been keeping from me? I know that there's more to this story. There is, my friend, but nothing that can't wait till tomorrow. You have a lot to process, I'm sure, and I would like the remainder of the evening to myself. But if you come back later, I will finish the tale. Cool, thanks, Rector. Right, hopefully the others don't have much to talk about, because I'm getting quite tired. You find Wu sitting on his bed staring at the floor when you come into his cabin. He rubs his head up and occasionally stops and something happens and he looks at you. Not in the mood to talk right now. Got to wrap my brain around this Edward Sang thing. Tough finding out that Raymond isn't who we thought he was. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. 16 years. We lived with him for 16 years and we never knew the man. 16 motherfucking years. I just got to think, work through this. Oh, was that? Awesome. Next. This isn't helping. I'm decking. I'm in my safe space and it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. Your memories are a part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that behind. No, I guess it doesn't. It fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, okay? I just don't... You know what? Hang on. Isabel's body shudders, a familiar tremor, her consciousness flooding back. You're here with more questions, right? I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit them out and I'll go digging around in that cesspit that I call a memory. Maybe we'll find a clue. I know that you're hurting, Isabel. If venting helps, go ahead. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. Last run? I wasn't there. Walled City. Go on. Gobert told me about your escape from the Walled City, just like you said she would. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me? Because the answers she gave raised more questions. And you want me to answer them for you? Alright, Wolf. Maybe I can satisfy your curiosity. The Walled City was a hellhole. You already know that. But for all of its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me how to hide. To stay small and unnoticed and insulated. To survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten. That sticking your neck out is a fool's errand. But that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobert, I knew that she had something I didn't. Confidence? Sure, that. And her connection to Rat. Everything about her, really. We were different people then. Still are now, but the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Can you elaborate? Gobert was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game, and as for me, I knew that it wasn't. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time, but even at that age, I saw Gobert for what she represented, and what she could be. What was that? My own personal road out of the walled city, a path to freedom disguised as the little girl with dreadlocks. As it turned out, I was right. Ever since I unlocked these damn memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle, running over and over in my head. I hate it. But it won't stop and I feel guilty. You needed help and you took it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Gives me another reason to feel grateful to her, I guess. That's something. I've always known that I owe Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope that it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Why did you have your memories locked away? Why do you think? They were awful, traumatic. I'm not talking about personal trauma here. I was fortunate enough to avoid the fates of many of my peers. I didn't get pressed into service in a brothel. The organ leggers didn't get me. I only had to watch one of my siblings die. So yeah, it could have been worse, but that doesn't make an early life in the walled city any easier to bear. You watched one of your siblings die? Yeah, my older brother, Kabdal. Heroin overdose. He was 19, almost the same age that I am now. Sorry Ted, you had to watch that. Me too. Want to hear something awful? I almost envied him. He got out easy compared to a lot of the people who die in the walled city. There was no violence. He wasn't taken by organ leggers or gunned down in the triads. He just put a spike in his arm, depressed the plunger, and stopped breathing. Quick and easy. I'm sorry. Don't be. His death was a lesson, and I did my best to learn from it. Everything that happened in my childhood was that way. A lesson in disguise. Lessons about impermanence and the random cruelty of life. Lessons about what a huge mistake it is to get attached, and how to prioritize your own survival no matter what. I learned some of those same lessons. I know, we all carry the same scars, you and me and Gunshow and Gobbet. Some run bigger than deeper than others, but we've all got them. I don't want mine anymore. And that's enough of that. Ask me something else, Wolf. I don't want to talk about this. Gobbet said you didn't want her to guide you out, your parents out of the walled city. Yes, but not for anything they'd done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind. You want to talk about it? Not particularly, but I get the feeling that you'll look at me different until I do, so I will. I wanted them left behind because of this. I knew that I was what I was going to have done. I'd planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. You did what you had to do. Yeah, I did. Besides, I was sure that they'd be fine. They were my parents, grown-ups. They'd be alright. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to the rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time, and now I have to live with it. We all live with things we regret. I didn't always. Until very recently, I couldn't remember any of this. Now let's change the subject. Okay. Bye, Isabel. Right. Gobbet. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet, looking exhausted, blurry-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate her with is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. Appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. Oh, hey Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. I've been watching the struggle. Looks like the duck's winning. Huh? Oh, it isn't winning. It's just being stubborn. I'll make it fit. Don't you worry. This would be easy with a bigger pot. I'd have to wash it first, though. And to do that, I'd have to find it. Anyway, you want something? I'm up to my elbows in Mallard. Tell us about the last run. I think it went pretty well. There aren't a lot of runners who can say they went up against Ares and came out ahead. Sure, maybe the job could have gone a little smoother, but how are we supposed to account for another runner team showing up? Adaptability, Seattle, that's what makes a good runner. Always go with your instincts. I think you made the right call giving those guys the laser. I mean, sure, who doesn't like lasers? But would another gun really make that much of a difference for us? That team sounded like the kind of people who won't forget a debt. Sometimes that's the difference between living and dying. Who you can call in a pinch. So what else? You feeling okay? You don't look well. It's weird. Ever since the last session, I've felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, when thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, laugh it off and go have a snack. But this, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. I guess I'm just worried about Cad and Mal, which is weird, because why would I be? I mean, I haven't spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who got shot at for a living. Maybe we should go check it out. Isn't that far? No, I don't want to do that. At least not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's being dredged up by all of us. Whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your dreams, right? Images from your past come back to haunt you. But you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there, because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here. Couldn't hurt to check. Excuse me. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what, I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in. Make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. Okay, Gobbet, if that's the way you want to play it. It is. Is there anything else you wanted? Yeah, sure. Everything will be fine. If there is anything fishy... Something. What about my lesson, though? Okay, fine. Fuck you. Let's go to sleep. And then... in the stream. You awaken from a blank, featureless sleep, sweat-stoked and starving. You feel uneasy, but you can't say why. Groggily, you heave yourself out of bed. This is good. I still have a fuckload of quests to do. I think let's go to here. Bao wanted me for something, didn't he? Strangler Bao stands impassively, arms folded across his chest. We have a problem. Maximum Law. He's been talking in the Matrix about your jobs. It's drawing attention. Kindly wants him shut up. Law's been gossiping. That's not good. You're right. It's not good. Law isn't being discreet. He needs to be discreet. Your job is to fix the situation. Don't bother finding me when you're done, unless there's something to clean up. I've got better things to do with my time. Any questions? What do you mean by fix the situation? Just make him shut up. What happens to Law doesn't matter to anyone. He has no family here, no standing. Why doesn't the Yellow Lotus handle this? We are. Did you forget? You're an instrument of the Yellow Lotus. Seems ironic that you're handling this. Just take care of it, Wolf. Law's got leverage. He's Wampoan. Leverage? He's entry level. The Wampoans recruit a lot of fresh meat and cull out those who are unfit. We are the ones who have pull with Wampoa. Law pushes a wheelbarrow. I'll take care of it. If you need to kill him, don't make a neighborhood scene. That upsets people. Do this like you're from here, respectful of the peace. It may be difficult. You'll probably need to do it on that boat of his. He almost never leaves it. This needs to be handled soon. Thanks, Wolf. Your skill is appreciated. Goodbye, Mr. Bow. Okay, I have to go and kill Maximum Law. Let's do a little save before I do that. I mean, I'll try not to kill him, but I'm not overly concerned because he is really irritating. Yo, Wolf, how can I style out the carnivore today? We need to talk privately. Yo, I am your man for that. Here? I can't leave the palace. It's okay, we can talk here. Just keep your voice down and turn off your open sign for a moment. You got it. Anyone ever tell you you're kind of a spooky guy? Law's boat obscures you from the shore, and his bulky piles of tarp, shield, and electronics somewhat obscure you from the boardwalk. Concealment is poor and dynamic at best, but at least the lanes of visibility are confined. I dig the shadiness, I dig it. Now I am your man for serious business. What's up? We have an information hygiene problem. You have ID'd my crew on chat boards. Ah, people talk. Whatever, it's no big deal. The BBS and the Wampoa boards are secure. This is what Wampoa does. We handle info, and right now your face is golden in Wampoa. The BBS isn't secure. It's not supposed to be. What do you mean? The data havens. You're not actually a Decker, are you? The data havens are anonymous and hardened, not secret. You're serious, aren't you? Oh no. Oh fuck. Man, what have I done? Quick glance around reveals there's a lull in the usually busy footfall traffic. This may be the only opportunity to kill him. When code misbehaves in Wampoa, it gets deleted. You follow? You need to conform to spec. What should I do, Wolf? What do we say? Just tell him to keep his mouth shut, or do we tell him to fuck off? Keep your mouth shut, play smart, you'll be fine. Thanks, Wolf. You just came very close to dying. Yo, Wolf, how can I style the carnivore? See you later. Okay, let's go see what he says about that. Nothing, apparently. Mika, blah blah blah, Gaichu, Shangri-La, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Right, that's it. Save the game. Saving. It's been a very long stream, nearly 5.5 hours, which is a lot longer than I normally do. So thank you very much for watching, but I'm going to call it here. I go to bed, quite frankly. Thanks for watching, guys. I will speak to you very soon, probably tomorrow, where we will continue Dialogue Simulator 2015. Goodbye.